Council is now in session. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Baker,
I'm present.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Kugler,
Present.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kane,
Here.
Councilmember File,
Here.
and Councilmember Shubnik, it looks like is excused.
For now.
Yes, great.
All right. Would y'all please stand and join me in the flag salute? Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless there's any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Seeing no objections, the agenda is approved. Next up, we have 3 proclamations. First one is for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders have long played an essential role in American history. And whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders make our city and nation more vibrant through a diversity of cultures, languages, and religions, well, there's no single story of the AANHPI experience, but rather a diversity of contributions that enrich America's culture and society. And whereas we also celebrate and honor the invaluable contributions of the AANHPI communities have made to arts, law, science, technology, sports, and public service. And whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders continue to enrich our region's economy, culture, education, politics, art, literature, science, and technological advancements, despite institutional and systemic injustices that prevent and limit these achievements and contributions. And whereas we recognize the perseverance of the AANHPI communities who continue to withstand xenophobia and racism for generations and during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the Kenmore City Council has made a continued commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in its 2023-2024 council priorities. Now therefore, I, Nigel Herbig, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, have the distinct honor of proclaiming May 2023 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Kenmore. The city makes this proclamation to celebrate the many contributions and successes of the AANHPI communities and as an affirmation that Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders make our city stronger and our experiences in Kenmore more enriching. And to accept this proclamation is Erika Villar and Nancy Tai. Do you want to say a few words or?
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Mayor Herbig, for announcing this proclamation. And on behalf of the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community, I would like to thank you and the rest of the council for this proclamation that really recognizes not only our presence, but our contributions to the city and society, and amplifies the stories that we bring to not only this city, but American history and American culture. So thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to, oh, sorry.
I also just want to say thank you. It's such a privilege for the invitation and for the visibility and just for your commitment to the community. That means so much. I kind of dreamed of the community I would have found here when I moved here 2 years ago, and I'm just so proud to live here and to call Kenmore home.
Thank you very much. Would you like to join the council over by the flags for a picture? Next, we have Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Month proclamation. Whereas the Target Zero initiative was adopted by the city of Kenmore in April 2014 with the goal of achieving zero bicyclists and pedestrian fatalities and serious injuries in Kenmore by 2025 by increasing awareness and safety issues. And whereas multimodal transportation safety in Kenmore with a specific focus on bicycle, pedestrian, and other means of travel continue to be one of Kenmore City Council's top priorities. And whereas bicycling and walking improve people's health, save money in household budgets, and improve people's general well-being and express happiness. And whereas creating a bicycling and pedestrian friendly community has shown to improve residents' health, well-being, and quality of life, as well as grow the economy of the city, attract tourism, improve traffic safety, support student learning outcomes, and reduce pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads. And whereas the city is taking great strides in creating a bicycle and pedestrian safety friendly community, and whereas the city has embarked on or completed several traffic safety initiatives such as school zone and red light traffic enforcement cameras and updates to the traffic calming program, which enhance bicycle and pedestrian safety. And whereas all people deserve to be able to get where they are going safely, whether by driving, riding transit, bicycling, or walking. Now, therefore, I, Nigel Herbig, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2023 to be Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Month in the City of Kenmore. We urge all residents to join with the City Council in this observance. And we have one more. Affordable Housing Week. Whereas all people should have access to safe, healthy, and affordable homes within communities that provide opportunity. And whereas the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development defines affordable housing as housing on which the occupant is paying no more than 30% of gross income for housing costs, including utilities. And whereas the Department of Commerce projects that by 2044, King County needs nearly 200,000 net new housing units for households at or below 80% area median income. And whereas studies have found that each $100 increase in median rent results in a 15% increase in individuals who experience homelessness in metro areas and a 39% increase in nearby suburbs and rural areas. And whereas COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated many existing financial constraints for low and moderate income households, and whereas everyone benefits from affordable housing, including the people who reside in these properties, their neighbors, businesses, employers, and the community as a whole. And whereas the Kenmore City Council has made a commitment to increasing and preserving options for affordable housing stock as its second council priority for the 2023-2024 years, and supports the view that every municipality needs to do its part to address the regional affordable housing crisis. Now, therefore, I, Nigel Herbig, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the Kenmore City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 7th to May 13th, 2023 as Affordable Housing Week in the City of Kenmore. And to accept this, we have Elizabeth Murphy on behalf of Plymouth Housing and Elsa Kings on behalf of a regional coalition for housing.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having us today. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here. As you know, this year, ARCH celebrates its 30 years. Since 1993, we have been able to create over 6,000 units of affordable housing. For every $1 of ARCH funding, we are able to leverage that with $10 of other public and private sources. None of that would be possible without your annual contribution to our Housing Trust Fund. Thank you so much for your annual contribution. Thank you for making affordable housing a priority in your city, and thank you for this wonderful proclamation.
Thank you, Elsa, and I have to definitely thank you for your partnership and the tenacity of this team. So thank you. I just want to say a few words on behalf of Plymouth Housing. We at Plymouth Housing are grateful to the City of Kenmore for this honor and your continued partnership. As you know, homelessness is one of the biggest challenges we face in our region, and partnerships like the one between Plymouth and Kenmore are critical for our shared future. Kenmore has been a leader in this work, At every step of the way, you have been so accommodating. You remove roadblocks and barriers so that we can build affordable housing in less time. The way you have prioritized affordable housing speaks to your values. Thank you for working toward a future where everyone in this community can thrive with a home. Many of you are familiar with the work of Plymouth Housing, but for anyone new to us, Plymouth provides permanent homes with supportive services to people experiencing homelessness. We have been doing this work for 40 years and are incredibly passionate about what we do. Our track record speaks for itself. 97% of people who come to Plymouth leave homelessness behind permanently. And the annual cost of housing at Plymouth is about the same cost as 3 days at Harborview, or unfortunately, 3 months in the King County Jail. For a person who is struggling to meet their basic needs, healing can only begin when you first have a warm, safe place to call home. When people are home, they can begin to rebuild their lives. No matter who we are, each one of us should get to know what it feels like to have a home. At this moment, Plymouth Housing is in a time of unprecedented growth as we expand across the region. This year, Plymouth will bring an additional 300 people from homelessness into permanent housing. By the summer of this year, we will have opened Seattle's first affordable high-rise in more than 50 years, our first building in Ballard, and our first building on the east side. We're so proud of our vibrant buildings and the better lives of our residents, neighbors, and clients and cities. And we are very grateful for the opportunity to create 100 new homes for the city of Kenmore. A sincere, sincere thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to join us up front for a picture? All right, next on our agenda is a presentation introducing our judges. They'll be introduced by Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lucash, and they'll be introducing Judge Rebecca C. Robertson, Judge Raul Martinez, and Judge Karama H. Hawkins.
And I'll give Kara my seat. I just wanted to do a quick introduction of our three wonderful judges. Presiding Judge Robertson, Judge Martinez, and Judge Hawkins are going to present tonight on the courts. And Kara is also here to support the community court part of the presentation. So I'll really turn it over to them, the stars of the show, but I'm just grateful that they've all come in person. And we're so just appreciative of the work that they do every day for our residents.
Judge, will you turn your mic on? The green light should be on.
There we go. I do that while I talk. I'm Judge Rebecca Robertson. I'm actually the presiding judge of the West Division, which is Seattle and Shoreline. And so I'm here to give you kind of an overview of King County District Court and how Kenmore fits into that. And then beside me, I have Judge Karama H. Hawkins and Judge Raul Martinez, and they'll introduce themselves. They're going to do the presentation on community court today. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you so much. So I'm used to these PowerPoint presentations by now. So as I said, I'm Rebecca Robertson. I'm the West Division presiding. I'll get to a little bit more about what that means in a moment. King County District Court is actually the second largest court in the state. We're only second to King County Superior Court that has 55 judges in it. So we are a really big organization. Our mission statement is that we provide an accessible forum for the fair, efficient, and understandable resolution of all civil and criminal cases and maintaining respect and dignity for all individuals. And that includes what Judge Martinez and Judge Hawkins do every single day for the city of Kenmore. So as I said, there are 25 judges. We are all elected or appointed. Eventually, we're all going to be elected. Judge Hawkins here was just elected in 2022, and Judge Martinez was just appointed, and he'll be going to election because we are 4-year full-time judges. We are elected at every time. And if you're thinking, wow, that must be expensive, it really is. And it's a lot of hard work to be elected. So the King County District Court has 9 separate locations, 10 if you count the Seattle jail, which is separate from the Seattle courthouse. So we're actually spread pretty far and wide all over King County. And we have a lot of facilities. And some facilities do different things. In Issaquah, they're only doing civil cases right now. In Vashon, they only have court about once a month. In Shoreline, they're doing everything. They're doing all the criminal and civil cases for Kenmore and for Shoreline. We also contract with 13 separate cities. So in addition to our city contracts, as you can see them, and they're spread out all over the county, we also do all the unincorporated county cases, and that's criminal and civil, which I'll get to in a little bit. So we are separated, and I'm going to go into our leadership structure here into 3 separate divisions so we can try and manage people because there's a lot of them. The West is, of course, Shoreline and Seattle, and that's where you guys fit in. We have the South and the East division for everybody else. Our chief presiding judge, our assistant presiding judge, and all of our division presiding judges are elected. And how we choose them is whoever volunteers to do a lot more work for no extra money and no prestige at all. And so if we find someone who is willing to step up and do that, that's who gets elected to be the presiding judge. And we take care of all the administrative matters for that particular division, which means sometimes I'm running up to Shoreline and taking care of some things, and I'm in Seattle taking care of some things, and also dodging bullets and whatever else that we're doing in Seattle. The way that King County is funded is through the general fund and through city contracts. Of course, therapeutic courts, which we're going to be talking about today, is through the mid-funding and some various levies, et cetera. Unfortunately, Washington, I believe, is still 50th in state funding for courts. We're trying to change that a little bit, but mostly our courts are funded through local funding. So as I said, we have 25 judges. We each go through an immense amount of training to both become judges. We all have to attend judicial college on top of all our criminal experience or civil experience that we've already had. We have 2 conferences a year that are 5 days each. And then we have made a commitment to do diversity and equity training for all of our judges, which is listed up here because it's so important to the operation of our court and frankly, very critical in the work that we do. So we actually educate our judges quite significantly and more than most other courts do. So here are our caseload findings for the court. And what you can see is that most of our cases are infractions and parking. However, that is an absolutely minuscule amount of the time that we use on cases. What we spend most of our time on are the criminal cases and the civil cases. We have a very large civil caseload, and that means any lawsuit under $100,000. So those are all happening in our civil divisions, in our district courts. We also do the small claims. I do the felony first appearance. So anyone gets booked on a felony and they come before me in the jail and I decide probable cause and release conditions. So that means I have to be on television all the time. So I have to have a hairbrush on me at all times because you never know when you're going to walk out and the TV cameras are going to be there. So here are the case filings for Kenmore for 2022. So as you can see, that's a small part of what we do, but we have as much commitment to all of these cases as we do to all of our other cases. And here is your judicial branch of government, Judge Karama, Hawkins, and Judge Martinez. Judge Hawkins has 15 years experience as an attorney before she was elected, and Judge Martinez had 20 years experience as an attorney before he was appointed. And at their back is 23 other judges with which I don't want to age myself, but hundreds of years of experience to assist them and to back them up with whatever they need. And we all kind of are fluid. We can come up to Shoreline and do some things if we need to. This, I don't know if you guys have ever been out to Shoreline District Court, but you can certainly come whenever you want to and observe at any time. But this is Judge Martinez handling calendars. You can see we are a hybrid court, so we do in-person and Zoom. And yes, that is very difficult. And yet we know that is the best way to deliver access to justice for everyone at this point. So we are continuing to do that. Here's our community court team, and Judge Hawkins and Judge Martinez are going to continue to talk about that. Just the types of crime, you might not kind of understand what types of crime we do. Probably the most serious is the domestic violence with the assaults, strangulations, protection order violations, threats to kill, etc. We do a lot of DUIs, physical controls, reckless driving, et cetera, and then your quality of life crimes, so the thefts and the criminal trespass, et cetera. So you need a lot of tools to be able to understand and deal with all these separate types of crimes, because there's different things that need to be done with each one of these folks to keep them from being a recidivist. And we try and use evidence-based practices at all times for all these types of crimes. We also have therapeutic courts, which Kenmore is a part of. So we have community court, which they will talk about. We have a regional veterans court, which really talks, kind of focus on underlying issues that veterans suffer from, like PTSD, and a regional mental health court, which is huge. And we allow any jurisdiction in King County can petition to come into our mental health court that is really hands-on with folks dealing with their mental health issues. And it has reduced recidivism by 26%. So as you may know, with our spending most of our time on the criminal matters, there's a lot of rights that are affected that we have to spend a lot of time protecting. We have a lot of motions to suppress evidence, to suppress statements, to secure a right to counsel, a right to jury trial, et cetera. So it's not just the Supreme Court's that's dealing with all the constitutional issues. We are too on a very daily basis. Shoreline District Court also does small claims. So any individual may bring a small claim suit for the recovery of money, like you didn't repair my car right, I want my money back, for up to $10,000. And they do all the infractions. And you can see there's a lot of these infractions that really kind of affect the lifestyle of the community. So that's kind of the overview of what we do. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, although I'm going to, please wait for any community court questions for Judges Martinez and Hawkins, because they're going to do their presentation. And you are all welcome to come and watch any court at any time. And we'd even let you sit on the bench with us to watch what we do, if you signed a confidentiality waiver.
Questions? Councilor Marshall?
Thank you all for coming out. I'm a public defender, and it's an absolute pleasure to have this presentation in our city, right here in my own city. Do you know approximately how many jury trials are there per month in the court, and approximately how many motions hearings, contested motions hearings that happen to safeguard those constitutional rights?
That is increasing. Of course, during COVID, it was stopped for quite some time. Even after it wasn't stopped, jury trials were very slow on the uptick because it was very hard to get jurors to come in. I don't have the numbers. I can contact you again when I do, but we are slowly seeing many more jury trials and many more motions going forward. The motions always work because we can always do that to suppress evidence, but they happen every day all throughout the county where there's these motions to protect people's rights in whatever constitutional right that a defense claim is being violated, and we take those seriously, and we do those all the time. Of course. Any other questions?
Councilor Raul?
Thank you for coming to our council meeting tonight and speaking to these important issues about what you do each day, serving our community. So one of the things I've always kind of had interested in, are there any programs we're not yet utilizing with the district court that we might have some interest in, if you don't mind sharing?
Well, we always wait on budget to see what we could do. But certainly any referrals that can go to mental health court or regional veterans court, I would hope that are being made. Sometimes our city partners don't know as much about those resources that they can get into. We also have we have a resource center at Shoreline Community Court that can be used by anybody. So getting the word out in the community that there's a resource center at Shoreline Community Court, I think is going to be very important, and we're expanding that based on the model that Shoreline has. We are waiting to see what happens with the drug criminalizations to determine if there's a separate drug court that we can create and what we are going to do with that. So we're going to probably want to partner with cities to really determine that, whether we can utilize that.
Thank you.
Councilor Marshall?
And Your Honor, you mentioned direct criminalizations. That must be, and I'm not even up to date on it, the term, because I do involuntary commitments, but the term for the latest legislation post Blake for simple possession.
Right.
So if you could very briefly let the public know where we think we are with that. Is it misdemeanor still? Is it supposed to be diversion? And what are we supposed to do?
Well, I don't have the answers for you, unfortunately, because the legislature just finished their session without voting on that. They did not make it a misdemeanor or a gross misdemeanor, and that was apparently what the fight was about. We are thinking that they are going to have a special session to actually address this, but I do know that cities are kind of gearing up, and some already have, to criminalize simple possession themselves. So what they will do with the diversion, I don't know. We couldn't understand what they did in the first place, what really the legislature meant for us to do. And I think a lot of it was for the prosecution to do diversion programs outside of the courtroom before it even came to us. So I'm not sure what they'll come up with. That was a real surprise that they didn't do anything.
Any other questions? All right, not seeing any. We'll move on to the community court update presented by Judge Hawkins.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. We are super excited to be partnering with Kenmore and having Kenmore join our community court program. I'd like to actually start off with Mr.
Can we get your microphone aimed towards you?
Yes,
Thank you.
I want to start off with letting Judge Martinez introduce himself to the council, and then we'll go forward with our presentation.
Thank you, Judge Hawkins. Thank you for having us today. I'm really looking forward to working with the city on its civil and justice issues, civil and criminal justice issues. I was asked to say just to talk a little bit about my background today. So I think there are 3 points or areas of my background that are worth sharing with you today. First, I have 22 years of diverse civil and criminal law experience that I think is an asset to the bench. As an attorney, I've litigated high-profile civil cases. I've served as a legal advisor on a wide variety of contract and transactional matters for a large multi-state corporation and for King County. I've prosecuted felonies in primarily superior and appellate courts. I've pro-temmed a few calendars, and in January, the King County Council appointed me out of the Shoreline District bench. The breadth and depth of my experience, my ability to intelligently discuss anything from complex contracts to criminal justice reform is something that I'm really proud to be able to bring to the bench and to the community. Now, that said, I think that the really good judges have more than just intellect, and that brings me to my second point. Because of my personal experience, I have a deep commitment to fairness, equality, and justice. There's a book that I read that had a line in it that stuck with me for years. The author wrote, "I know I have seen the desperation and disorder of the powerless." Well, I have too. My mother is a Mexican immigrant. My dad went from the gang-plagued streets of East LA to serving in Vietnam, and he came back with PTSD. When my parents decided to leave the pitfalls and temptations of East LA behind permanently, their only option was to join the migrant farm workers circuit. And so those were my first memories of living in the back of a station wagon and on riverbanks as we followed the crops up and down the West Coast. Ultimately, my parents did decide to put permanent roots down in a small, but what turned out to be often openly racist town in Eastern Washington. But they did that so that their kids could get an education. And it was in this challenging environment that I managed to thrive in large part by learning how to bridge communities. My brother was a case study in the opposite. He went on to develop addictions that would ultimately lead him in and out of the criminal justice system and then to his death in 2005. Now, the reason that my personal history is relevant today is because it reflects a collective struggle of many who continue to come before our courts. Today, we continue to see immigrant and impoverished communities targeted for abuse. We have an opioid epidemic of historic proportions. Innocent people continue to be victimized by those in the grips of addiction and mental health crises. My experience allows me to better relate and effectively communicate with our immigrant communities, victims, defendants, law enforcement, and even businesses. It allows me to better navigate complex legal issues guided by the law and justice. Brings me to my third point briefly. I have a long history of being committed to public service. Won't go into all the details, but highlights for me include helping raise $2 million for migrant farm worker housing, serving for years as a volunteer attorney with the King County Bar Association's bilingual Spanish legal aid clinic, and most recently serving as a board member with the Northwest Justice Project, the state's largest civil legal aid provider, as many of you know. I'll wrap up by saying that Kenmore has been my family's home for nearly a decade. It is where my wife and I continue to raise our young daughters. It is where I volunteered for years as a youth sports coach in basketball, baseball, and soccer. It is a place that I have come to know and greatly value the community and its members. I'm very fortunate to be sitting here today serving the Shoreline District, which includes the city of Kenmore. And I'm fortunate to be doing so with Judge Hawkins as a benchmate, with her extensive background in municipal and district court criminal work, with Judge Robertson as a presiding over the West Division. She's been on the bench for years, leading the charge on district and municipal court issues. The Shoreline District has very experienced prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys that I very much look forward to continuing to communicating with and collaborating with. I'm very confident that Shoreline, that Kenmore and King County will continue to have a district court that is well respected, that follows the rule of law, and that continues to collaborate on new models that will reduce recidivism and increase the peace and safety of our community. Thank you again for having us.
Turn on your microphone,
Judge.
please. Your mic. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Judge Martinez. And that really leads us right into our presentation. So Judge Martinez talked about community court and really talking about restorative justice. So our mission in terms of community court is to use public resources more productively in reducing crime through service provision and increased community engagement and connection. What does that mean? It means transformative approaches to the law and to individualized cases in purpose, approach, and result. Comparing the two types of courts together, we can see that there are pretty distinct differences between the two. In traditional courts, it's an adversarial system. The parties are going against one another to usually try to get direct opposite results. In community court, we work collaboratively. We're trying to figure out what the bottom line is, what is the problem, and what can we do to fix it. In traditional court, it's directive. The judge is saying, okay, John Doe, you did this, now here is what you need to do. How you're going to do it, that's your problem. Figure it out. In community court, we're a much more supportive group, and it's a much more supportive process. We're figuring out what it is that we can do to ensure that an individual can follow through with the directives that we require. Traditional court is punitive. If you don't do what you're supposed to do, you're going to be punished. Usually, the most severe form of that is jail. Here in community court, what we try to do is figure out what can we do to fix the problem. There was a failure. Why was there a failure, and how can we help you fix it? In traditional court, you're treating symptoms. In community court, we are dealing with coming up with solving the problems that created the case and the situation in the first place. Now, with community court, the resource center is really the key. Not just the resource center, but the individuals that run it every single week, volunteer, And we have about 26 organizations that come to our resource center, either in person or on the virtual resource center every single week. It's co-located with our community court, which we are hosted by the Shoreline City Hall every Tuesday afternoon at 1:30. You can come on Zoom and watch, or you can come to the City Hall and observe as well. Also, any member of the community, not just participants in the community court program, can come and participate and take advantage of the resources that we have available. Our community partners that are part of the resource center are phenomenal, and it's growing every day. And when I saw this city honoring, what was it? Yeah, Plymouth Housing. I mean, I had smoke coming out of my ears. I was so excited to see what this city is doing to kind of address these things at a ground level. And so, you know, I know that Plymouth and maybe other partners can join us in the community court resource center. I'd love to have them and any other organization join our group of providers. We have everyone from healthcare providers, behavioral health organizations, food banks, churches, treatment organizations, organizations that provide food and clothing and other supplies right there when they go and walk in the door. And I have to say that really the lifeblood of the resource center are the volunteers that are there every single week. Mike D is here, and he is not just here tonight. He is at community court for Shoreline and Kenmore every single Tuesday, and for all of our community courts in King County District Court. This type of remarkable individual, the types of individuals that are there supporting this community with the work that they give every single week. So I just wanted to give you a shout out on the record. Thank you, Mike. Yes, I haven't heard any applause this week. So next, we wanted to just show you a couple of the testimonials that we've heard from individuals who have graduated from community court. This goes to, and I think is a wonderful demonstration about how an individual who feels really marginalized and dehumanized because of their vices, because of their situation. It could be addiction, it could be mental health issues, it could just be the cascade of mistakes that they have made and digging themselves into a hole that they cannot see the light of day out of. And walking with them in that with some empathy and integrity and letting people know that they're not alone really humanizes them to themselves. They see themselves as people who can do something. They can make this work. They can overcome these challenges because they're not alone in it anymore. They're not told, you know, even though you are in the pits of your life, people usually come to court with a criminal case because they're at the worst point of their life. So you're at the worst point of your life. You've committed a crime. Go do what I tell you to do, and you figure out how. I mean, there are days of the week where I can't figure out how I'm going to get my laundry done. I cannot imagine how a person in a situation where they are in the depths of despair to a degree that I can't relate to would be able to go through and walk through and comply with the things that I'm telling them to do. So it's transformative, not just in how we approach it, but it's transformative for the people and how they see themselves and how they interact with the community. Now this says Shoreline-Kenmore Community Court statistics. Kenmore just joined community court in 2023. So these do not include statistics for the city of Kenmore. And of course, our community court was heavily impacted by COVID-19, as you all are probably aware. But in 2022, you know, with just the shoestring cases that we had continue in the court, there were 26 participants. And this is just for Shoreline, 9 graduations, 284 visits to the resource center, and 632 volunteer hours. Mike? I think I want you to pay attention to the resource center visits. That is a significant number of visits. This shows you that this is a resource for the community, not just the participants. And that is the beautiful thing about this program. We are giving back to the community for offering these individuals the opportunity to grow and to address these matters in a way that is not traditional and that is more successful. So one of the ways that we gauge whether or not a program is successful is, what is the recidivism rate, right? Is the individual continuing to commit crime? And this, what we're demonstrating or what we're displaying up here is a case study from the city of Spokane. And that's one of Washington State's first, if not the first, community court program in the state of Washington. They started their program in 2013, and this is a 5-year view of what their statistics show. And what it showed is that there was a difference of 12% between the recidivism rates after graduation from a community court versus a case closing in a traditional court. I'm not sure whether or not that includes diversions, but it doesn't really matter because it's still a substantial reduction. Think about it, 1/3 to 1/5 in terms of recidivism, that's substantial. And then you go to a year and the gap between recidivism at almost 50% for traditional court is phenomenal. It works. This is really what we want to see. We want to see individuals not coming back to court and committing new crimes. And we have a real opportunity with the community court program to help quell that continued recycling back into the system. Now, these are interesting statistics. You might be wondering, Judge Hawkins, why are you showing me statistics from the Red Hook Community Justice Center in Brooklyn, New York? Here is why. Now, this program is actually, it started from the Midtown Community Court Program, which is the first community court program in the country, which was started in 1993, 30 years ago. So they were seeing wonderful results. And I don't know if anybody has been to the Red Hook area in Brooklyn, but you know, it's not the easiest place to be. It's not the easiest place to live, work, go to school. It's a difficult community. It has money problems, there's drug problems, you know, all of the things that we are concerned about in addressing these issues. And the interesting thing about the Red Hook Community Program is that it's the first multi-jurisdictional community court program in the country, which means that they are addressing not just criminal cases, but civil cases and family law cases. And by going through these steps in terms of community court, they're able to save their community $15 million in victimization costs. That might be people not losing property, not having to go through the process of court. It's a wonderful program. And so it's just a snapshot of what we can achieve. I was talking earlier with Councilmember Fail and just really wanted to emphasize and thank all of the members of the steering committee, Stephanie Lucash, Mr. Oppenheimer, Police Chief Moen have been so phenomenal in terms of being open and wanting to talk to us and being responsive and hopefully us being responsive as well to what the needs for the city of Kenmore are. I don't want to miss anybody. Lauren Chomiak, Marita Colburn, Stephanie Brown. I've met with everyone and you have phenomenal leadership here. I just feel so lucky and blessed to be able to work with this group of individuals. And I'm so excited to have Kenmore be a part of this program. I did want to make a correction though. The attorneys that are in our community court program, it's Sarah Roberts with the prosecuting attorney's office. There's also Emma Vetter. She is there every day, a phenomenal prosecutor, born to do community court work, I think. And then the main public defender is actually Sean Parent. And then, of course, Judge Martinez and Carol Wilson, who is to my left, is the community court coordinator, and she is so phenomenal. If there's anybody that wants to participate as a partner with community court, that means if it's an organization or you want to volunteer, this is the lady you want to talk to. And I'm sure that there's going to be a link on the Kenmore website at some point. So anyway, I just want to give a shout out to everybody. That steering committee, we have broken up into 3 different work groups to work with integrating Kenmore into our community court program. The first is communications, making sure that everybody in the community knows about us, that we're reaching out, that we're educating the community, making sure that we have good contacts and good access to the resources that we provide in community court. Then we have the outreach and engagement work group. And this is really about seeing, who we can bring into the resource center. What other resources does Kenmore need that maybe we can provide and get connected to the community, or that we don't have? Plymouth, and that we can bring into the fold, as it were. And then the volunteer engagement work group. I've already embarrassed Mike D, but really, the volunteers are the unsung heroes of community court, y'all. They are the ones that are there every week, making sure that the people are being connected to the services that they need. And without the volunteers, there is no community court that's effective and working, where we're seeing 16 and 12% reduction in recidivism rates. So I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for your trust. I want to thank you for allowing us to be a part of this wonderful community. I know that together that we can make positive changes for everybody here, everybody that's involved. And when I talked about it being transformative, it's to the people that are in the court too. I'm not the same as when I started. It changes you inside just as much as it does the participants. Again, I want to encourage everybody to come check us out. We are here for you. We are your court. This is your resource center, and it is here for you. We are working to see if we can get a kiosk at the Kenmore King County Library, so that folks who are here that maybe can't get up to the city hall in Shoreline can access that resource center. You don't have to, you can do it on your own machine, obviously, if you have one, but for those who don't, we want to do what we can to open that door up. We want everybody to participate, have access to what we're offering. So thank you so very much. And if you have any questions, we would be absolutely thrilled to answer them.
Questions?
I answered all the questions before you had a chance to ask them.
Councilor File?
Thank you. Community court has been one of those pieces that when I came to be elected for Kenmore Council, I started talking with our city manager with right away. And I think 2 years later, it took a little bit to get there and to get us all in alignment, but we came along. And I'm really grateful to all my fellow colleagues to help make this a reality for our community that we serve. I know these targeted human-centered approaches changes lives when we can reach their basic needs, and bringing all our resources together to serve our community helps us get there. So one of the things I had been wondering about is the use of peers and peer support across all your courts. And this seems to be a very important resource to help people in the state of crisis and going through similar issues, a partner to lift up and move through the process with a bit of guidance and support with people who had experienced the walk, right? So what's your use of peers in your different level of courts? And how might we improve working with mental health courts? So I have two different questions there. And then I have one other.
So in terms of the mental health court referral, that's really in the hands of the prosecutor. I mean, it has to be a case that qualifies, which most of them will on this level of court. And then the individual has to have a qualifying diagnosis, and there has to be an agreement by the prosecutor to make the referral. So it may be just a matter of reminding the partners and the parties that, hey, this is an option and it might be a really good one for an individual that's showing signs of needing additional help. In terms of the peers, I had the privilege of working with Judge Robertson in Federal Way, where we started a community court program there, and having peer mentors was a wonderful connection to have. And that's something that we're working on building into our program. At this juncture, we don't have a separate program aside from one that might be connected with a BHO, which would be a treatment provider. But hopefully, if the stars align and we can figure it out how it would work, to have individuals assigned outside of that process might be something, but I know that that is available through particular programs that people are referred to. I will let you know, though, that we do have navigators that each individual is assigned to once they opt into the program, and sometimes before if they need a little bit of extra support while they're getting through the process. So even though we don't necessarily through our court itself have the peer that's going to come through the treatment, we do have a point person as a navigator that's always there and available. And I mean, talk about a committed individual. I mean, these folks are giving their cell phone numbers to people that are calling them, you know, at any time of the day or night. So that's an important piece. And we're hoping to shore that up a little bit more as time goes on, and we're rebuilding our resource center.
So if I could just chime in, I was a judge in Federal Way for 12 years, 13, 12 years.
Well,
And Judge Hawkins was actually the public defender that whole time. And so she used to appear before me all the time, and we created a community court from scratch in Federal Way. And so she knows exactly what she's doing with community court. I've seen her give people the jacket off her back in court and really have an amazing difference with people's lives. In terms of the mental health court, our mental health court, you do need a qualifying diagnosis. So it's a little strict, it's stricter than community court. However, all of the things that we've learned from community court are incorporated into our veterans court and our mental health court. So they have the same resources available.
Thank you. And lastly, some of the things that we're seeing referred to our courts are on the basis of extreme desperation via acts that become criminal acts to feed the desperation of need. So when saying that, I'm hearing about car break-ins because there's food in the car and leaving everything else behind. Of course, we know about drug use and what people do to fuel the need that they have with addiction. And we're really happy to have a brand new crisis care center, for our north end and east side. It's going to be located in Kirkland, serving our 5 cities. But here in this very room is a good example of amazing partners and stakeholders. I hope you have a chance to network with a little bit before you leave tonight. I see Misha in the house and a former, radar leader and also the person who's leading the new crisis care center. We in Bastyr University, we're just a throw away from Hope Link Housing and Mary's Place. We have some great community resources that I think could continue to help grow your resource outreach. And so I just want to thank you for all you do. We change lives with these targeted universal approaches and just meeting people where they're at. And I'm looking forward to what the data comes back to bring, and I'm looking forward to, people's stories. because these are pivotal life changes and these are just beautiful, great work we're doing together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
First of all, I also want to say that I'm super excited to be a part of the community court system now as of this new year. And I really appreciate you all coming to introduce yourselves and share more about it. And I look forward to hearing an update later on as we get further along. One thing that you brought up that just made me wonder was I appreciate that you're thinking about access for Kenmore residents and looking for a way to put a kiosk possibly in the library. That just made me wonder, like, are all the services in person or can they access them remotely or online? I'm just wondering, like, in terms of the kiosks, is it something that is special to access the community court services?
So we have partners that actually come every week to the city hall and that are there in person. And then there are also people or organizations in the virtual resource center. So it's hybrid with the resource center as well. So if it's an individual that's not able to come, they absolutely can join the resource center and we can link them in. Kara, do you have anything else?
Absolutely. And we do encourage our providers to come with their laptops so they have access to our virtual resource center. And folks who do come in person, we do have a laptop that is present for folks to access our resource center online. And so the goal is, of course, that no matter if you come in person or virtually, you will have access to all the resources that are available on that day.
Any other questions? All right, I'm not seeing anything further. So thank you so much for taking the time tonight and for everything you do to the community, for the community. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Can I just say one more thing?
Of course.
I wanted to let everybody know that there is going to be free dental, vision, and medical care at the Seattle King County Clinic. That's going to be April 27th through April 30th at the Seattle Center. I brought some flyers and it's for people that might not have access to these things, anything from dental, vision, medical, and other resources available. So I'm just going to leave these. Maybe I could give them to Madam Clerk. Okay, thank you. I will do that. And so just in case anybody needs it, please come check that out. And thank you for having us.
Thank you
Glad to
very
hear it.
much.
Thank you so much.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. It's such a rare occurrence that we have our fine court system in the house. I'm just wondering if we could get a quick picture together with our council and our courts.
Sure.
I think that it would be a really nice thing to share both ways. Thank you.
Sure, why not? Let's do a quick photo. All right, next on our agenda, we have the prosecutor update 2023 presented by Prosecutor Sarah Roberts.
Good evening, all. Thank you so much for the invitation this evening. My name is Sarah Roberts. I am your prosecuting attorney, and I have served as your prosecuting attorney for a little over 13 years now. I know I said this last year, but I'm going to say it again. I am a local gal. I was born and raised in the Kenmore Bothell area, proud graduate of Arrowhead Elementary School and Inglemore High School. Go Vikings. Next slide, please. I wanted to start with this slide because I think one of the common misconceptions with citizens of the community, they think that maybe a prosecutor is here to put people in jail, throw away the key, convict everybody that we can, and that's the furthest thing from the truth. The primary duty of the prosecutor is to seek justice, and within the bounds of restorative justice, which is certainly something that we strive to do every single day. Next slide, please. So what is it that we do? Your prosecution team, which consists of myself. I have 2 full-time prosecutors that work with me as well. Carmen McDonald, who's been with me over 20 years. Emma Vetter, who's been with me for approximately 7 years now. We have a domestic violence advocate, and we also have a full-time paralegal. So we prosecute all misdemeanors and gross misdemeanor crimes that occur within the city of Kenmore city limits. So what that means is a misdemeanor is a crime that's punishable by 90 days in jail and $1,000 fine. A gross misdemeanor is punishable by a maximum of 364 days in jail and a $5,000 fine. A misdemeanor crime might be something like a driving while license suspended, a resisting arrest. Gross misdemeanor crimes include driving under the influence, domestic violence, those types of crimes. In addition to prosecuting these cases, we advise law enforcement on legal updates, criminal procedure issues. I communicate with the chief of police and our police officers on a very regular basis. Keep myself apprised of changes in law and keep the police department apprised of changes in law as well. We meet with the city and court personnel on a regular basis to discuss issues that come up with the court or the city. Next slide, please. So what do we do in terms of actually prosecuting crimes? First thing that I do, each morning is I review the police reports that come in from our police department, whether it's somebody that was booked overnight or somebody that wasn't arrested and put in jail, but was cited by our police. I review those police reports that Chief Moen sends and determine whether, I agree that a crime has been committed, whether it's appropriate to file charges against that individual. We then obtain any additional evidence that might be needed, 911 calls, CAD logs, videos, Department of Licensing records, etc. After reviewing all of that information, then the next step is to draft any necessary charging documents and pleadings. Those include, the charging document, which we call a complaint, witness lists, no contact orders, bail recommendations, and get those filed with the court. We meet with and conduct interviews with witnesses. Sometimes that's an official interview. Sometimes it's just reaching out to a witness or a police officer to ask additional questions. Once a case is filed, we discuss and prepare testimony with the officers and the civilian witnesses. We also, as the case progresses through the criminal justice system, keep our victims and witnesses apprised of the case status. Sometimes, the wheels of justice sometimes are slow, and it's important that we continue to keep our victims and witnesses apprised of what's happening with the case and what the status is. Next slide, please. We represent the city at all court hearings. That includes the arraignment hearings, pretrial hearings, motions and bench trials, review hearings. I'm sure I'm forgetting other hearings, but that's the bulk of it. We draft plea bargain offers and communicate with defense counsel to negotiate the case. I think the term plea bargain offers is, again, somewhat of a misconception in terms of how the public intercepts that. When we talk about plea bargaining, that's essentially just working with the defense attorneys to talk about what our offer is. If your client wants to plead guilty, what would our recommendation be? Are there issues with our case? Should we, reduce the charge down to a lesser charge? And negotiating cases with defense counsel happens on a very regular basis. Every single day, we're communicating with both the public defender's office as well as private counsel to discuss how we're going to, handle the case throughout the rest of the court procedures. We research and obtain restitution, whether it be from a private citizen, if there's harm to a private citizen that requires restitution, and or restitution to the city. If someone's knocked out a sign or, damaged vegetation or something in the city's area, then we reach out to the city and get documentation of what that harm is and what we can do to have an individual, a defendant, pay the city back for that. We draft legal briefing, oral argument to the court for motions, provide sentencing recommendations, post-sentencing recommendations, probation revocation recommendations. All of that is part of what, the job of the city prosecutor entails. Next slide, please. Restorative justice. So let's go back to, the slide that I talked about where in the beginning, where it's not just about getting a conviction. It's not just about, locking somebody up, throwing away the key, putting somebody in jail. That's not at all what we're here for. All of our cases are assessed to look at, what are the underlying issues that brought this defendant to the court? Mental health issues, domestic violence related issues, substance use issues, which we see on a very regular basis, anger management, and then poverty or economic challenges, housing challenges. Oftentimes we might see a criminal trespass individual who's, been sleeping outside of a business. We need to look at the underlying issues there and thinking, what can we do to help that individual get some housing? So these are all things that we address through restorative justice components and looking to help resolve the case, keep that person from coming back and reduce recidivism. Next slide, please. So lots of options with respect to how we resolve our cases. Sometimes I go to trial. Not often, because we work very closely with our defense and defense attorneys and do our best with respect to addressing the restorative justice issues. Also, guilty pleas and plea bargaining. There's deferred prosecutions, SOCs. That's a phrase that we use. It's called a stipulated order of continuance. What that is a contract between my office, the prosecutor, and the defendant saying, look, you've been charged with this crime. If you want to if you're willing to do A, B, and C and stay out of trouble, then we'll dismiss the charges, at the end of a particular period of time. So, for example, a domestic violence case. Oftentimes with first offense domestic violence cases, we're seeing chemical dependency issues, batterers treatment issues, power and control issues, and there are therapies and treatment programs that are allowed to address these types of things. So I may enter into a stipulated order of continuance with a first offense domestic violence offender and say, if you obtain a chemical dependency assessment and go to treatment, if you are willing to participate in a domestic violence batterers treatment program, and you don't commit any new criminal law violations over the next 24 or 36 months, then I will dismiss these charges against you. So that's what a stipulated order of continuance means. And it means that they don't get a conviction on their record. And it's kind of the carrot and stick, for lack of a better phrase, of enticing them to get into treatment, and again, always reduce recidivism. Again, we've got community court, got regional mental health court, and regional veterans court. Next slide, please. So our current court procedures, as I think have already been talked about a little bit, we have virtual hearings in most situations, a hybrid court. Some people can show up over Zoom. Some people can show up in person. They're certainly always allowed to show up in person. We've certainly learned over the last several years and the Zoom option for court, we've seen a significant decrease in failures to appear. In other words, also a significant decrease in warrants, bench warrants and bookings, jail bookings. It also allows an increased access to justice. Some hearings are required to show in person. They have to show up for trials, testimony, motions, DUI and DV arraignments. We also have, the court has implemented a new paperless e-filing system that we're all utilizing. And then our in-custody hearings are conducted currently completely remotely over video court. Next slide, please. So the remote hearings for jail inmates certainly helps a strain on the police department. Pre-COVID, we had to have police officers driving, driving down to Score Jail, driving to King County Jail, bringing them up to court, driving them back. So this has certainly helped decrease the strain on law enforcement and keeping those officers available to be responsive to dispatch calls, 911 calls, and being out on the street. It also leads to an increase in frequency of available hearings for individuals that are in jail, and allows for access to justice and courts for our victims and witnesses who want to participate in those hearings that involve individuals that are in jail. Next slide, please. Domestic violence cases. I think that's one of the, the main group of cases that we continue to be prosecuting and being involved in. Domestic violence cases include a mandatory arrest and jail booking when an officer determines that there's probable cause to believe that there's a domestic violence charge involved, and when the officer is able to locate the suspect. Those also include, more often than not, at least initially, no contact orders. Our office will request a no contact order prohibiting the suspect from having contact with the alleged victim until we can get further information and look at some of the underlying issues and address some of the treatment components. Whenever a no contact order is issued, there's also involves a surrender of firearms. They have, individual has 5 days to turn over all firearms to the police department. Obviously helps ensure victim safety. And in all of our cases and domestic violence, we work again towards addressing the underlying issue. We communicate with our victims, you know, what is it that's been going on in your household or in your relationship? Are there chemical dependency issues? Are there power and control issues? Are there anger issues? And always, you know, looking towards how can we both help our alleged victim and also reduce recidivism for this individual or defendant coming back into the court system again. Next slide, please. So we have a, who works in my office, Alyssa Schultz, works as our domestic violence victim advocate. She reaches out immediately, you know, every morning once we get a case, reaches out to the alleged victims and witnesses of a domestic violence case, explains the services that are available, gets a background, discusses safety planning with the victim. She not only is available to victims of crime, but she's available to all of our Kenmore residents if they have any questions or concerns or feel that they might not want to contact the police to report a crime, but might need help with getting a protection order or getting housing somewhere out of the house, those types of things. So she's available to all of those individuals 24/7. She also, you know, drafts and submits no contact orders, orders to surrender firearms, and other associated documents. But she's here for all citizens, all residents, regardless of whether a crime has been charged or not. Next slide, please. Therapeutic court alternatives. All right, there's been some discussion about regional mental health court and veterans court. I can say, and I don't want to speak for Mr. MacNichols, I know he's coming up next, but I've worked with Jeff MacNichols in our public defense firm here in Kenmore for the last 13 years, and many other firms, many other courts and many years, much more than the 13 years. We have regular discussions about whether an individual is an appropriate candidate for regional mental health court and for veterans court. We're very aware of the therapeutic court alternatives under both of those categories, and always consider whether an individual might be appropriate for that, one of those two courts. The referral process with respect to mental health court, like it's been discussed, there are particular criteria. It involves an Access 1 diagnosis. That Access 1 diagnosis for mental health court has thankfully expanded over the last few years. It used to be a little more critical, might be schizophrenia, severe bipolar disorder. They've now expanded that to some extent where depressive disorder is now available. So we're very thankful for that, and certainly discuss referrals and whether that's appropriate for mental health court. Veterans court, same, anytime, you know, Mr. MacNichols, if I'm not aware of it, Mr. MacNichols will contact my office and say, hey, you know, they have a veteran status. Can we talk about a potential referral to veterans court? So the referral process involves discussion between myself and Mr. MacNichols. We agreed to refer the case to one of these two courts, but I think what's important there too is that we need to remember that before that referral process, we need a defendant to indicate that they're interested in pursuing at least the referral process. We can't just refer to mental health court or refer to veterans court and then have them join that. They need to indicate that they're interested in that and then eventually, opt into that program after an assessment from the King County Prosecutor's Office. If they do agree to enter veterans court or community court, then we transfer the case from my office to the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and they take over the case in either one of those two therapeutic courts. Next slide, please. So our third therapeutic court, Kenmore Community Court. Thank you all so much for agreeing to participate in the community court and opting into that. Our community court officially started with Kenmore in January 2023. Mr. MacNichols and I have been involved with Shoreline Community Court for I think going back to 2020, maybe 2019. So we certainly had some experience with that and are thrilled to have Kenmore join that as well. To date, we've had 6 participants referred to community court. We've had 3 that have agreed to join community court, and we have 1 more who I think is going to enter tomorrow. We shall see, but hopefully by tomorrow evening, we'll have 4 participants in community court. So community court requirements, first of all, we address non-violent crimes. We don't take driving cases. We don't take domestic violence, traditional partner related domestic violence crimes. I think you've heard a lot about community court tonight, so I don't want to repeat everything, but our goals with community court is to provide resources to individuals through counseling, housing, education, employment, licensing, legal aid. Next slide, please. The referral process itself, when a case comes in that meets the criteria, non-violent crime, non-driving related crime. So for example, thefts, criminal trespass, those are kind of the usual ones we see. We review that case, we review the police report, we look and determine whether we think that an individual might be a good fit. We review their criminal history. They can't have any recent violent felony offenses. They can't have any history of sex offenses. Once we review that criteria, then I'll reach out, my office will reach out to Mr. MacNichols and his office and say, look, we've got this person coming up for an arraignment. We think that they would be a good fit for community court if they're interested. Then Mr. MacNichols speaks with his clients prior to the arraignment hearing. They determine whether they're interested in pursuing community court. We go through the arraignment process itself in mainstream court, and then the individual, if they choose to participate in community court, that case is then referred to the following Tuesday, and they appear at community court and observe the community court hearing at the first time. Next slide, please. So after reviewing a full community court, then Mr. MacNichols' office again speaks with them. Are you interested in joining community court? Do you have any questions? He meets with them. If they are interested in participating, then we schedule what's called a needs assessment. And that is where one of the members of the court speaks with the individual saying, you know, how is it that you got here? You know, what's going on in your life? What can we do to help you? This is all off the record. This is something that happens during the court hearing. This is something that's a one-on-one between Kara Wilson, who you met previously, and a defendant. Then once the needs assessment is done, Kara sends that to my office and the defense. We look through it. We review the underlying, you know, facts of the case again, criminal history, and we come up with a stipulated order of continuance, a proposal to the defendant with what we think the parameters or the requirements of the community court program should be. Next slide, please. So out of the 3 participants we have so far, we've certainly utilized, I think, you know, all of the resources that are available. We have individuals that are in substance abuse treatment, mental health treatment, housing, reaching out for housing resources, education through GED, and other education-related classes, employment, DSHS benefits, Apple Care, those types of things, and other insurance coverage opportunities. Next slide, please. And then the Resource Center. And again, this has been discussed previously as well, but the Resource Center is open to all citizens, whether they're part of community court as a defendant or just want to reach out. This is also something that Mr. MacNichols and I discussed. We might have a DUI defendant or a domestic violence defendant who's not eligible for community court, but we still notify them about the option to get involved in the Resource Center or reach out to the Resource Center to utilize resources, whether it be for education, housing, or any of the various options available through our Resource Center. So, all right, I think that brings me to the end of my presentation.
Questions? Councilmember Shrubnik.
Thanks for this really informative presentation. Really appreciated all the presentations actually so far. From a lay perspective, it seems like there's some overlap in terms of the underlying issues for folks who might be referred to either mental health court or community court, particularly around behavioral health, mental health, substance abuse. Can you say a little bit about what might distinguish a referral between, particularly, I guess, mental health court and the community court if one of the underlying issues is mental health issues? I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think drug court is felony level, so that's kind of a different animal, right? And then the other question, distinguishing the maybe the crime types. Also, I'm curious about the kind of length of time for participation in mental health court versus community court and how that might relate to the typical sentence if the person doesn't choose to participate in those courts.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, so anytime that we're aware of a defendant with a mental health issue, and when I say aware, I've been in the business for 30 years now, so I can read a police report sometimes, and depending on the behavior, that might be, it might be clear to me that there's a mental health issue involved. Not always, But sometimes when I'm reviewing a police report or speaking with my police officers and I'm seeing an individual exhibiting particular behavior, I see, okay, that might be, mental health. We can also look at a defendant's criminal history and see that they've had a lot of mental health related issues in the past. A referral to mental health court usually involves a mental health situation that is more serious than maybe a depression or anxiety. A depression or anxiety in and of itself might be more appropriate for community court, because in community court, our goal is to introduce an individual to the resources that are available. We help to get them into mental health treatment. But that usually takes about 12 to 16 weeks. They've started in that program, they've started their counseling, they're doing well, and then we end up dismissing their cases out of community court. A mental health court referral is somebody who's generally dealing with a much more serious offense. I think I used the example earlier of schizophrenia, and maybe not able to come to community court every week, might not be able to meet the requirements of community court. And that might be somebody that's more appropriate for a mental health court referral. And in mental health court, it's a much more hands-on approach with respect to, probation officers and mental health care providers that we don't have on a weekly basis here in the community court. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. And does that kind of correlate those different lengths of participation? Does that kind of correlate with the sentence length if the person chooses not to participate?
Sentence length, I mean, regardless of whether they choose mental health court or community court, the maximum sentence kind of goes back to what I talked about originally of, there's still the maximum sentence for each charge, but certainly we're not here to put, I'm not here to put anybody who's having a mental health crisis in jail. We're looking to do whatever we can to get treatment, to introduce them to mental health care providers. And if they don't want to come to community court, then we can go to trial, they can plead guilty, whatever the option might be that they want to exercise there. But mental health treatment is going to continue to be part of that sentence.
Thanks.
Customer file.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me take a deep breath. So I appreciate the presentation today and the service you do to our city of Kenmore. It's an interesting walk between human-centered targeted approaches and on one side and a prosecutor's duties on another side. So I have a couple questions. When I'm thinking about how people enter the system, to enter our courts, some have some legalese savvy and some don't. Some are coming and their first opportunity to talk with our public, with your services is at the court and just moments before speaking before a judge, correct? Right. So there isn't necessarily an outreach from your team. Is that true?
With respect to a defendant?
Yeah, there isn't an outreach from our side of services that we contract for with you to, people are being seen and with charges potentially before them, correct?
That's correct. I serve as your prosecuting attorney. So I don't have communication with any of the defendants that are charged with crimes. That is something that our public defenders or private defense counsel would do. It wouldn't be appropriate under any circumstances for me to file a criminal charge against an individual and then reach out to them.
Correct. So I think it's important that our community understands how our courts work and how interacting with the courts and issues that come into play. So, there are many people who enter into the court system with a different level of experiences, and thus they don't know to ask for certain things. So I always think about kind of the services that we do, how we work holistically together with our community, and how we work equitably. So I had, I have some concerns. I do know that we're not providing in Kenmore community services for, not community services, excuse me. I have a little bit of COVID brain recovery here. There are opportunities for our persons entering into our courts, and they may have opportunity to do community volunteer service. I understand we still don't really have a capacity of that yet in Kenmore, but we certainly have the opportunity. What, in your opinion, is the issue in bringing that along? Is it that we're not engaging that discussion mindfully, or we just haven't driven that that piece further, staff-wise or council-wise?
Well, in terms of community service and community service hours are certainly something that we recommend of the court, both in community court as well as in mainstream court, as part of a sentence and a sentencing alternative to jail or other alternatives there. If you're talking about diversion programs, before an individual comes into the court system, or before they come in and are formally charged, we don't currently have through our court a diversion program. It came up earlier. I thought 5536 was going to pass yesterday. It didn't. That was the Blake bill where there was diversion alternatives there. That didn't pass. But I'm not 100% sure that I'm understanding the question. I can say that once an individual comes into the system, that Mr. MacNichols and I do our best to address whatever concerns that they might have, issues that they might have, underlying programs and underlying issues, and try to divert them to the appropriate program.
Okay. And then as a behavioral mental health specialist, I understand that it's not necessarily that mental health courts require a person to have a significant mental health condition to be led to that process. The diagnosis, yes. And of course, the mental health courts often see many people with behavioral mental health issues, neurotypical persons as well. I just want to make sure that we're not stigmatizing the people who need the services level of support that's provided in the mental health court system. It's definitely finer tuned to better address issues, whether it's hoarding or public outbursts and other issues that come along with it. It's not as stigmatized as I believe you presented in my personal opinion, and I respect your opinion as well. So I just wanted to make sure to clarify that. I think it's important that we don't perpetuate bias. Thank you.
If I can respond, I agree 100%, and I apologize if I said anything that made it sound like I was attempting to stigmatize anyone. If you're a mental health professional, you probably know better than I do regarding the Access One diagnosis. So that's what I was inartfully trying to describe with some of the examples that I gave. But as long as they meet the Access One diagnosis and want to join in mental health court, they're certainly welcome to do that. Otherwise, we certainly will address any of that in community court, and they're always welcome to join us in community court, assuming that their underlying charges meet the criteria for community court.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
Hello, Prosecutor Roberts, and thank you for the presentation. I want to ask you a similar question that I asked to the bench, and that is we're still the first step post Blake then, if that legislation didn't pass and it was contemplated was supposed to be diversions even on that one. And I guess then we don't have that now. So are misdemeanor simple possessions then prosecuted in Kenmore? And then they're not. Okay, if you could tell me that.
Well, sorry, did you see me shaking my head?
Oh, I thought maybe you say no, yeah.
Did I interrupt you, council member? Or should I
go ahead.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
answer?
Yep.
All right. So right now, we're not prosecuting simple possessions, as we call that. The law that is currently in place, the quick fix on after the Blake decision that came out in 2020, the quick fix there was the police officers throughout the state would have to come into contact with a suspect 3 separate times before sending it to my office. I have not received, to the best of my knowledge, and I've checked with all of my staff, and I've checked with our police chief and our captains. I have not received anything in this short period of time after that law passed, where we have documented 3 separate referrals before coming to me, and then I could charge. If I had been able to do that, I think that, they would be great candidates for community court. So right now, we have not charged any simple possessions for, crime. Where it stands right now, my understanding is that the current law will expire July 1st. I'm sure some of you may know more than I do, but there may be a special session before July 1st to get something new on the books. But if not, then my understanding is that it leaves that up to our local government, and that will keep all of you very busy, but I hope it doesn't get to that.
Yeah, thank you. And then just really quickly, any ballpark, absolutely non-binding. You don't have to be precisely right on it, but how many trials this year? Roughly how many motions per month or so this year?
Thank you. Boy. Oh, I heard you ask that question to one of the judges earlier, and I thought, I don't have those numbers in front of me. We don't have a lot of trials in Kenmore. We certainly have more motions than trials. I can say that we were working with Mr. MacNichols' office this afternoon about an upcoming motion and whether we're going to resolve that case. It was you know what I mean when I say 3-5 motion, Councilmember Marshall, a motion regarding the admissibility of statements. We work so closely in getting these cases resolved. It doesn't mean that we're always in agreement on things. We're certainly, both Mr. MacNichols and I certainly maintain an adversarial role given our duties, but we work pretty close together within the bounds of restorative justice to resolve these cases. I don't have those numbers for you, but we'll certainly be keeping track of those for the future, if that's an appropriate response.
Mr. City Manager, I saw your hand.
My question was answered. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember File?
Thank you. I believe one of the things I would hope that we can discuss a little bit later today, and I believe it's up next, is of course the electronic home monitoring program. And I just want your quick 2 cents on that before we move along. Thank you.
Yes, electronic home monitoring is certainly one of our often utilized alternatives to traditional sentencing or jail. We have utilized that. I think what's going to be coming before the court is who's going to pay for that with respect to indigent defendants. And so I'm very much in support of Garrett's work and asking the council when it comes to paying for electronic home monitoring, if the council will support that with respect to indigent defendants. We utilize electronic home monitoring as it is. It's just unfortunately because it is expensive. When we deal with indigent defendants, they might not be able to afford that. We want to make sure it's straight across the board available to any individual where the sentence there might be appropriate.
Thank you. And excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I believe we have our district court judge here, and I think they have some input they wanted to provide on that issue. I know it's unusual.
I think you could have asked that question when they were here, when they were at the dais earlier. We've gone on quite a bit here, and we saw people waiting for public comment.
I appreciate that, and maybe I'll postpone until the end and reappeal. Thank you.
You can email them. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Next up, we have Public Defender Update presented by Public Defender Jeff MacNichols and Assistant to the City Manager, Garrett Oppenheim.
And good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council and City staff. First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation to allow us to speak to you tonight. I also want to recognize that I really appreciate the work of your city staff, Rob Carlindsey, Stephanie Lucash, Garrett Oppenheim. They've been wonderful to work with. They've been communicative. They've been inquisitive about our needs and questions and been very responsive. So very fortunate to have that group on board. I did propose a brief slideshow. If that's ready, I can go through it for you. Thank you. So again, my name is Jeff MacNichols. I'm a partner in Stewart, MacNichols and Harmel. And we can go to the next slide. And my office has been the public defender here for over 20 years. And me personally, been involved in the court every one of those years since the beginning until now. I've got 27 years of experience as a public defense lawyer. The other attorneys assigned to the city of Kenmore are Rachel Liu, who's been a public defender for 11 years, and Sean Parent, who's been a lawyer for 23 years doing public defense and prosecution work before that, and he is our point person for the community court. Next slide. I always get asked, how do you defend people in court? And people always think, who are your clients? I think a lot of people's vision of a criminal defendant is based on pop culture, what you see in the news, etc. But I wanted to put a face on the clientele that I've seen over the last 20 years in the city of Kenmore. And this may surprise some people that most of my clients live in Kenmore. Most are employed in some fashion. Most have graduated from high school and have some or some college or a full college degree. If you go into a typical court calendar for the city of Kenmore, the Shoreline Court, if we have, for example, 10 defendants coming in for a hearing, it may surprise you that the vast majority of them have a public defender. A person can either, when they have a criminal case, either be appointed if they meet standards of indigency, or they can hire their own counsel. But the vast majority of people are represented by the public defender because they qualify from an economic standpoint. And the vast majority of our clients receive some sort of public assistance, whether that's food stamps, state medical care, disability benefits, or other public assistance. Next slide, please. And as you saw from the judge's presentation, most of our cases fall into this category: DUI, driving with a suspended license, domestic violence cases, shoplifting and theft crimes, and other driving offenses such as reckless driving. Next slide, please. I want to give you a flavor or a description of some of the main challenges that my clients face. And these are in no particular order. So, for example, getting to court. A lot of my clients don't have transportation access. Either they don't have a vehicle, they don't have a license, or they don't live on a major public transportation line. A lot of my clients are struggling with keeping their job or their other necessary commitments, in addition to meeting court requirements, whether that means appearing to court, coming to probation meetings, or attending mandatory counseling. Obviously, a big struggle is paying for some of the obligations they have. Most counseling programs or a lot of them are not covered by insurance. Some are. For example, somebody can get substance use treatment, but most domestic violence counseling is not covered by insurance. A big challenge that we see is making connections between what our clients have done with counseling and getting that proof to the court, the prosecutor, probation. To get those documents, you have to have good communication with your counselor. You have to maybe have an email. You have to have access to online documentation in order to get that, and that's been a challenge for a lot of clients. Meeting obligations to get licensed is a big part of my job, and helping folks work through the bureaucracy of the Department of Licensing. And even when they understand what they have to do to get their license, they still have to pay fines to certain courts. There are fees at the DOL. They have to do testing, which requires a fee at a private agency. They have to get insurance, obviously, it's state law. And in some cases, SR 22, or what some people call high-risk insurance. Another huge expense is the ignition interlock device if they've had a prior DUI, which is typically about $125 to $150 a month, plus installation fees, and you have to have a working vehicle. And some people have had an uninsured accident, and that could follow them for several years. It could be 7 to 10 years before they're able to get a license because there's a lien on their license from an uninsured accident. And we touched on paying for court-ordered home detention, which Garrett and I will talk about later. And then restabilizing after a jail sentence. Somebody's incarcerated. It could be for a day, it could be for 30 days or more. And then once they get out, how do they restabilize themselves? Have they lost their job? Have they lost their housing? Have they lost personal property like their vehicle after the arrest? Next slide, please. More than 90% of my clients are experiencing one of these following issues, and in most cases, multiples of them. They may have economic distress or poverty issues, which obviously include low income, no income, unpaid bills, no driver's license, lack of health care, and untreated illnesses. They don't have stable housing, or they don't have any housing. They have mental health issues that they're dealing with. They have substance use disorders. They may be undocumented. Obviously, we all know that folks struggle when they're undocumented for various reasons based on state and federal laws. But for example, folks that are undocumented usually cannot get food stamps, and they have trouble getting benefits. And so that puts them in a very difficult position in the court system. They have lack of suitable transportation or access to public transportation. They may be in an abusive relationship or a codependent relationship that's abusive, or has underlying substance use disorder issues, or they suffer from chronic illness or disability. Next, thank you. So how do we address these with our clients? Obviously, I am a lawyer and public defenders are lawyers, but a growing part of my practice over the last decade or more is the social work side, and helping our clients, not only in the legal realm, but helping their legal case by helping them with through social work issues. For example, in dealing with some of the economic stresses that they have in court, luckily we can address a lot of those through the Blazina analysis, which allows a reduction or elimination of fees due to their income levels or ability to pay. Any clients that need it to any particular resource that they need, and obviously utilize the resource center that is offered through the community court. Prior to that, we have a vast network of referrals that we offer to our clients for all the needs that they encounter. There's obviously relicensing programs that we help clients go through, and we assist them with their challenges at the Department of Licensing. With regard to mental health and substance use disorders, this is a particular challenge for our clientele, both in funding and in access. So we've become adept at finding counseling programs and strategies to connect our clients to low cost, no cost evaluations, and then making sure they're connected to agencies that will work with their funding source, whether that's state healthcare or no healthcare. As we've discussed before, there's referrals to regional mental health court. We utilize the deferred prosecution program, which is mostly for DUI offenders that have substance use disorders. We talked about regional veterans court. We also have community clinics in the area that help our clients that are low income or no income or have state funded insurance. And a big part of helping our clients transition from jail, especially if they have a significant jail sentence, back into the community, is trying to, if they get a significant sentence and the underlying crime has a substance use disorder component, we facilitate evaluators coming into the jail, evaluating them for services such as treatment and housing, and then work through a system of petitioning to the court to have them released early from jail or from jail directly to treatment, and then thereafter into stable housing. Next slide, please. With our clients that are undocumented, this is a significant part of our practice, and it's a very important analysis that we undertake with these clients, because unlike our clients that don't have this issue, who it's stressful enough and significant enough to deal with a criminal charge, these clients are not only dealing with a criminal charge, but with the possibility of deportation or exclusion from the US, or the inability to legally apply for citizenship. And so to work with them in a holistic manner, every client at the onset, we identify their status. If they are in need of immigration services or consultation or advice, we consult with immigration counsel. We fully advise our clients of their options in relation to the criminal charges and in their general immigration situation. We refer them to low-cost or no-cost attorneys, and we also work with the prosecutor's office to negotiate what we call immigration safe resolutions that take into account trying to make sure that if there is a resolution, that it does not make their situation worse. Next slide. In terms of addressing the other challenges that we face, obviously, we're all used to now doing virtual hearings. The court system has changed drastically in this way. We have a hybrid system at the court, as you heard, and that's helped a lot with clients appearing virtually. That helps them with not having to struggle with childcare issues, work issues, transportation issues. A lot of the counseling programs that are offered, such as substance use disorder treatment and domestic violence moral recognition therapy, are done virtually. As you'll hear, we have been working with the city of Kenmore for an EHM option. We're also working with, as I mentioned before, transferring folks from jail to treatment and referring folks that are uninsured without health care to community-based programs that assist them with obtaining health insurance. Next slide, please. We've already talked about some of these before, so I'll just gloss through them, but we all know about trials, we all know about guilty pleas, but obviously in looking through to more restorative justice options, we've talked about obviously deferred sentences, stipulated order of continuances, mental health and veterans court, and community court. Next slide, please. The unresolved challenges. If you ask me, what are the things that we still we don't have a fix to? As I mentioned before, when folks are in custody, when they get out, a lot of them are coming into custody unsheltered, and then they're transitioning out to being unsheltered. And a lot of times that puts them right back in the predicament that leads to further, personal issues, trauma, and possible reoffending. There's still significant barriers to relicensing that are outside of the court paradigm that I know that the prosecutor, my office, and the judges would probably join me in this, that the struggles are things that we can't fix in just in that sphere. For example, paying for what some call high-risk insurance, the uninsured accidents, when folks could have an unpaid ticket in other jurisdictions where this court has no jurisdiction over it. For example, some courts in Eastern Washington or in remote areas, there may be a fine, and it's very hard to work with those courts to get them mitigated so that the person get a license. And of course, I talked about ignition interlock devices, which are expensive, and they are a barrier for many folks to getting relicensed, and therefore having difficulty rising economically. Access to all types of counseling is very difficult for folks that don't have private insurance. As you can imagine, in a lot of industries, there's a tiered system. If somebody has significant resources, they can get quick, responsive care. For folks that have something below that, there's various levels of, I would say, barriers to getting responsiveness, getting access, and the wait times are longer. We find that for the folks that do have state health insurance, they have to wait longer for their appointments. Getting the documents are harder, and getting responses from some of the counselors are harder just because they are simply overwhelmed. And obviously, alternatives to incarceration, which are in part EHM, which we'll talk about later. Next slide, please. So that brings us to the EHM discussion, and I just want to recognize Stephanie Lucash, who reached out to me and said, let's meet and let's talk about some of the things that your clients face that are challenges, and see if there's an option for the city of Kenmore to help out. And so that meeting started a few months ago, and it's grown into this discussion. And so I'll hand it over to Garrett here to give a brief overview of the EHM proposition that we've been working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. So we are going to talk a little bit about EHM now. There we go. All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. As Jeff said, we're going to talk a little bit about EHM. So definition of what EHM is, electronic home monitoring. It's a sentencing alternative that the courts have the discretion to use for offenders or defendants rather than them going to jail. It involves the subject wearing an ankle bracelet that uses GPS to detect their location. This person under EHM or electronic home monitoring is not permitted to leave their home unless they're going to school, work, or some other court-approved activity. And there is the additional ability for EHM to monitor alcohol consumption if it's an alcohol-related offense. There are equity issues involved here, and that's the real core of the issue today. EHM costs approximately $15 to $20 a day, and sentences can be, up to 30 days or more. Alcohol related issues can take several months. The Washington state law allows courts to use their discretion to charge defendants for the service. So a defendant who's on a 30-day sentence can be paying as much as $600. This is an equity issue because it's forcing people who have low incomes and are already struggling to pay for this service rather than go to jail, whereas wealthier defendants can avail themselves of a service and go about their lives with much less interruption. So some cities like Shoreline are funding EHM for indigent defendants in part or in whole. If the city of Kenmore was to follow the recommendation here, it could put out a request for proposals and get a better rate than what is currently at the market to fund this. Even though EHM is not actually at issue here, it's the state law gives the courts the discretion to utilize it. Just want to list some of the benefits of EHM. It reduces recidivism. It provides law enforcement with information and data about activities of defendants. It's more economical, than jail. And the subject of EHM can maintain their jobs and family lives and continue to be contributing members of society participating in the local economy. So the recommendation here is that the city of Kenmore would fully fund EHM for indigent defendants where the courts have determined it to be an appropriate jail alternative in order to resolve the equitability issues incumbent in allowing wealthier defendants to utilize this service while poorer folks have to spend time in jail. And that is all we have. So any questions?
Questions,
Jeff
Councilmember
and I can handle
Marshall?
those now.
Yeah, Councilmember Marshall and Councilmember Shrubnik.
Thank you, Mr. Oppenheim. So how much does the EHM cost the city then in this proposal versus, or how much might it cost versus jail?
That is a good question. So the city actually reserves, stop sharing my screen. The city reserves about 60 nights at the SCORE facility each month. And I'm looking up the price for that right now. One moment. So those are about $140 per night. And if we go above the 60 beds a night, they cost about $200 a night. And there's also a $50 booking fee per inmate. So you compare the $140 a night versus $10 to $15 a day of the EHM, and you can see that it's considerably cheaper for the EHM than jail.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
That's very helpful information. I was curious, do we have a sense of maybe how many folks would be referred to and utilizing EHM in a given year? Maybe, I know we haven't started, but maybe based on Shoreline, and we know we're kind of a little bit less than half of Shoreline's population.
I'm going to hand that over to Mr. MacNichols to answer.
Thank you, Garrett. I would estimate that between 5 and 10 defendants a month, excuse me, could utilize one of the services that are considered here. And so I should sort of define what are we talking about besides just the standard electronic home monitoring. The devices can not only be used as a post sentence, or somebody is is given a sentence and they have the alternative of that as opposed to jail, but there are also what are called pretrial monitoring requirements. For example, somebody with a DUI, especially if they have prior DUI history, there's mandates in the law to require monitoring or the court to consider some sort of monitoring for them. And so many times folks are faced with either pay bail, which if they can't, they go to jail, but the alternative could be they wear a SCRAM device, which is an alcohol monitoring device. And so if economics is the driver there, unfortunately, we see a lot of folks that are going into jail because they can't afford the $15 to $20 a day. So in terms of, you can see from the earlier slides how many folks come in for DUIs. That's not everybody, but there's quite a few folks that come in for their first appearance, and having the option of SCRAM, which would obviously monitor them 24/7, could be an option for them instead of going straight to jail if they couldn't afford it. So probably the bigger group of people would be the folks post-sentence, where they may have a probation violation, and there's different grades of probation violations. You can imagine extreme ones where somebody is committing new crimes, but then there are some that are arguably less serious, like they didn't get their classes done in time. They may have had a relapse. They may have missed probation meetings, and it gives the court flexibility to help the person get back on track by saying, well, instead of doing nothing, which may not be a good idea, or instead of putting them in jail, which may be too severe for the circumstance, there's a middle ground that allows a person to have accountability, but not completely throw them off in all aspects of life. And so that group of folks is a little bigger because we have many more people that are on in a probationary status than they are at the pretrial. So to answer your question, hopefully I'd say 10 to 15 at most per month.
Okay, that's very helpful. So, at an average of, or probably not an average, but maximum of 600-ish, you're talking about less than 100,000 and probably more like 50,000. And just to make sure I understand, given what Councilmember Marshall said, we pay for those score beds whether or not we use them. It's not like we're going to save money on the score beds if we do this. I want to do this. I just want to be clear about what the budget impacts are. Is that correct? We pay for the score beds regardless.
That's correct. We do.
Questions? Councilmember File.
Thank you. According to law and justice kind of reforms and approaches that help reduce the impacts of social determinants of health, diversion programs and electronic home monitoring are good programs that help people be accountable and not further fuel families that enter into homelessness. The data is very clear out there on this. I personally would support the opportunity for electronic home monitoring pre and post trial and for violations. I think when we're looking at the difference between have and have not community, we have to recognize, and we can't forget, that we are a have and have not community. We have a Title I school pathway. We know that we have a significant amount of families on free and reduced lunch. And I also, is somebody got their microphone on Zoom? Thank you. So if you're looking at also issues of SUD, I can support this, especially even with the alcohol related issues. When we're looking at diversity and equity and social justice, we know that there's a greater amount of persons who are Black, brown, who end up in jail rather than using a program that somebody with more means can afford. If we want to reduce homelessness and if we want to help lift our community up with a more restorative justice type of approaches that are human-centered, behavioral and social health based, that carry our values that we've adopted in our DEI mission, I think this is something that we can absolutely support. And therefore, I would like to recommend that we take on this program and we fund it for both ends of the spectrum. It's important. I think it's definitely something for those who have little means could opt into. If somebody has means, maybe they don't need that program. Yet, at least this is an opportunity for equity for our community, and it's a healthy outcome.
Any other questions? All right, I'm not seeing any more questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very informative, really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And next is Regional Crisis Response Program Update and 24/7 Crisis Center Update presented by Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lucash and RCR Executive Director Brooke Buhner.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. It's so good to be here with you. I was not able to be here in person the last time I came to talk to you, so I'm really delighted to be here and be able to see everybody and Stephanie. So I'm here to talk about Regional Crisis Response Agency, which you have all put some thought into over the course of the last year, and give a quick update on how things are going during the first quarter of 2023. I guess I should introduce myself first as the fairly new and inaugural Executive Director of Regional Crisis Response, and your former Program Manager of the Radar Navigator Program.
And I just want to say how thrilled we are to have Brooke in this position. Just congratulations.
Thank you. So briefly about the Regional Crisis Response Agency, or RACER, as we're calling it, RCR. RACER provides mobile crisis services, de-escalation, resource referral, and follow-up for folks with behavioral health conditions and human services needs, folks living homeless that are encountered by the first response system. What's really exciting for me about RACER is that this is an opportunity for our community to reimagine and redefine what first response looks like. We know that when you have a heart attack or when you have a fire, you call a firefighter or an EMT. And we know that when you have a crime or a life safety issue, you have law enforcement, and in Kenmore, you have a great police department. And this is creating a third alternative for first response. That is a behavioral health professional, a mental health professional, or social worker that has skills and experience in doing crisis de-escalation, and figuring out what's going on for someone, what's underlying the crisis, and navigating them to the system of care so that they're not falling into crisis again. So hopefully I'm not being too repetitive, but you folks already know that this is a cooperative effort with 4 neighbor cities. So between Shoreline-Kenmore, Lake Forest Park, Bothell, and Kirkland, the interlocal agreement establishing RACER went into effect on January 1st. And I won't go too deep into the interlocal agreement, as I know all of you have read and approved and been deep in it already. I want to talk through what services have looked like for the city of Kenmore and the citizens of Kenmore. Prior to becoming RACER, Kenmore was involved in the Radar Navigator program for multiple years, thanks to the great partnership of Chief Moen and King County Sheriff's Office as your contract law enforcement agency. We have worked closely with Kenmore law enforcement and service providers and continue to do so. In 2022, 22 individuals in Kenmore received services through the Radar Navigator program. And so far in 2023, 6 folks have been served in Kenmore. I want to talk a little bit about what that looks like as we gradually grow and scale our program. The Radar Navigators last year, and now we're calling them crisis responders under RACER, were available 5 to 6 days a week, 10 hours a day for crisis response in Kenmore, generally not stationed in Kenmore because Kenmore's call volumes are low, stationed in Shoreline or in Bothell, but easily accessible for Kenmore. And I really want to point that out because that's one of the big value adds of being an interjurisdictional program, that you have the capacity that Kenmore otherwise probably would not be able to sustain. And we will move soon to that being 7-day a week and more than 10-hour-a-day coverage. The navigators are also doing 1 to 2 times a week quick check-ins and follow-up shifts at City of Kenmore, sometimes sharing that with the City of Lake Forest Park to just be here in the city even when there's not a crisis call and if we don't see one for some time. One of the values of that is that they get the kind of informal cross-training relationships and build familiarity with the law enforcement. And the more we interact with our law enforcement partners, we find the more referrals we get, the better they know us, the more they think of us as a resource when that crisis call comes in. And during the last year or so, we've been working with King County Sheriff's Office Communications Department to create a call sign in their countywide dispatch system so that it's easy for deputies across 2 King County Sheriff's Office contract cities to see that a navigator is on the board, essentially available as a resource or crisis responder. The graphic before you is the staffing structure for RACER. In the old world, under the Radar Navigator program, we had funding for 3 full-time employees. We had 2 staffed, and that's how we were providing the 5 to 6 days a week. And with the additional funding that the cities have committed through the interlocal agreement, we're moving to a total of 10 full-time crisis responders out in the field in North King County. The dark blue boxes for the responders are positions that are filled with our Radar Navigator positions that are transitioning over and with community responder positions that the city of Kirkland has hired over the course of the last year. So in the next few months and few quarters, we'll be recruiting for 4 additional responders, crisis responder staff, and really moving into that constant availability. So that's 7 days a week. What it will generally look like is 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. In the interlocal agreement right now. Overnight services are, the plan is to cover those by on-call. And especially for Kenmore, the biggest call volume is going to be during those kind of 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. hours. So we want to really staff for when the greatest need is. The governance structure that's established in the interlocal agreement has 4 primary kind of governance tables. One is the principals assembly that I'm going to talk about in just a moment. There is an executive board that's made up of city managers, and Stephanie sits for the city of Kenmore. That's the decision-making body. An operations board that is kind of soon to be established, and I'm going to talk a bit about that in a couple of minutes as well. And part of our program that I'm extremely proud of is that we have a community advisory group, something that the Radar Navigator program started about 1.5 years ago, that's made up of folks that have lived experience in the crisis system, that have walked through these situations where themselves or a family member has had to call 911 because of a behavioral health crisis or a child in their home that needed immediate safety and support. And they have been invaluable in helping us, helping as the city managers had these ongoing conversations about what the program should look like, helping us choose staff that will be able to approach them in the right way in the moment of crisis. So they've sat on hiring panels and provided a lot of awesome input. And their input is enshrined in the interlocal agreement. And that's something I'm, again, just super proud of for our program and for our cities, that that's a value that we're really living out. So to the principals assembly, so you have a one pager in your packets. One of the primary reasons that I'm here is just to introduce this idea and invite the participation of a council member from the city of Kenmore. For the principals assembly, each of the 5 racer member cities will delegate a council member to sit on the principals assembly. These meetings will take place during the first 2 years, 3 times a year. Most likely in person and most likely in the evening. The first date we have set up there on June 28th, and most likely 90 minutes long. Some of that could be subject to the individuals that sit on the principals assembly if they feel that they need a little less time or a little more time. Of course, that's flexible. And then the way that it's contemplated is that after the first biennium, that would be annual. And it would be an opportunity to hear how the program has developed, how the budget is going, how services are going, and have input on all those important issues. Of course, I want to commit to you all as council members that we will continue to bring information and via your city staff and your executive board about the budget and about the services. But that principals assembly is really a formal way to communicate with our electeds. So what is coming up? One thing that you will likely see in the next 3 to 6 months on a consent agenda is a dissolution of the interlocal agreement that establishes the Radar Navigator program. We don't want to do that quite yet because we're still receiving funds until June 30th. There are staff receiving funds from the mid-levy at the city of Bothell. So we're just trying to time it right and make sure that Bothell doesn't have any liability that tails into dissolution of the ILA, but that will come before you. I want to end with the community visioning process, so let me speak briefly to the operations board. This is another one of the governance structures. The idea here is these are first response partners and community partners in the behavioral health space that are coming together monthly to really talk about how do we do services, how do we effectively create a crisis response system. And I'm really excited that Connections, the entity that will operate the crisis triage facility, will sit at that table along with law enforcement partners, dispatch, and then social service agencies. And part of the process is that the proposed roster for the operations board will go before the executive board, probably in the next, in fact, I think it's at the next meeting for approval and for additional nominations. And then we'll start those meetings. And those will really be working meetings of the folks that impact the crisis response system in our community. And then also kind of coming attraction is what I'm calling a community visioning process. And sometime in the late summer, early fall, I'm going to convene and invite folks from all 5 of our cities at every level, from lived experience to council members to staff to community providers, to talk through not just what do we want our immediate service model to look like, service delivery model, but what do we want our community to look like in the future when Racer is successful, when our crisis system is successfully implemented, and kind of work back from there to say, this is how we're going to do services that will inform things like our data collection strategy and our, most likely our reimbursement model that we work through with funders and with our city partners. So I referenced it a little bit, but the crisis system and the way that our community will look in the future, we're moving toward what SAMHSA calls a crisis now model. And that is what you've probably heard before, the someone to call, someone to respond, and somewhere to go. And there has been a lot of movement on this and action on this in the most recent legislative session that you've probably been hearing about. Someone to call is our 988 line, also known as the suicide helpline, that went live last summer. And the idea is that within the next few years, a call to that line, they will be able to deploy a mobile crisis response. The someone to respond in our community is Racer. That could also be the mobile crisis team that, or teams that are being stood up through 988 legislation. And the somewhere to go, I am really delighted that our community will have in 2024, we'll have a crisis triage facility. We're ahead of the curve in King County because of the hard work of our 5 cities and our city staff across the Racer cities. So I'm going to speak briefly about the crisis triage facility. That's just going to be such an integral part of our ability to meet people's needs while they're in crisis. Connections Health is a company that some of you may be familiar with. They operate a really robust crisis response model in Arizona. and they are coming to Washington. They were identified by the 5 cities and by King County as an adequate partner to develop and deploy this service model. And they were able to get state funding for the capital costs of implementing this facility in our community. So one of the pictures there is the press release that I saw many of your friendly faces at the press event with Governor Inslee a couple of weeks ago. And then there are a couple of photos there of what this facility could look like. Obviously, it's not open yet, but these are in other communities where they have something called the armchair model, where folks can stay up to 23 hours in a comfort kind of home-like environment, get all the basics of a behavioral health crisis response. And again, planning to open in 2024. And I want to create some space for Stephanie if you have any additional thoughts about the facility.
No, I think you did a wonderful job describing it. We've been talking about this 24/7 crisis center a lot here, but we're delighted that it will be opening in 2024. Be here before we know it.
So what questions can I answer for folks?
Questions? All right, well, I'm not seeing any, so you've answered everything. It was a wonderful presentation.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you all. And I also want to give a quick thank you to Chief Moen, who's been just absolutely a dream to partner with. Makes it super easy to work with Kenmore Police Department.
Thank you for everything you do.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
All right, next, where's the fun?
All right. City Clerk, can you put up some slides for us, please? All right, our very own Maura Query hosted another trash pickup at our city parks last Saturday on Earth Day. And as you can see, she included a lot of young people, and the kids there just had a good time, and they collected quite a bit of garbage, as you can see. So they continue to help us propel our city upward and create a thriving community where all people love where they live.
Fantastic. All right, next we have public comment, and I want to thank everybody who stuck around for public comment. Usually it does fall after presentation, but we also don't normally have 5 presentations. So thank you to everybody for your patience. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We'll hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our virtual guests. If you're online, please use the raise hand feature now if you wish to speak. All guests must address the comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we can confirm we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. Keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. Screen share is not allowed. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi-judicial matters, and council members must limit their communication about such matters. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 6 individuals signed up for on-site public comment, and we'll take them in this order. Steve Holmes, followed by Karen Peterson, David Dorian, Andrea Carnes, Krista, I cannot read your last name, I'm sorry, and then Elizabeth Mooney. Steve Holmes.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. It's good to be here tonight. I seen on the agenda, where's the fun? So I said, I gotta come here tonight. So Steve Holmes, known as Captain Steve. I live in Bothell, but however, I have a business here in Kenmore, and I'm chair of the KBA, the Kenmore Business Alliance. And thank you for supporting small business and nonprofits. I'm here because of the walkways and waterways. I want to say you guys did a fantastic job with the council, the past council, your staff, the public, and everybody else that was involved. You did 3 huge projects. That's just amazing. I'll give you a little bit of history. 15 years ago, I was sitting at Bothell Landing after being in water sports all my life and said, nobody's on the water. So we opened What's Up. It is so nice to see a city with my vision that I had of getting people on the water, helping out. And now we're going to be getting a lot more people on the water. And now the city's going to be known even more. So it's a great thing. It's a huge accomplishment. And thank you for all your work. So then I said, well, now I got to do something. So I opened a second location in Kenmore. And we're right across the street from the new park, Teacock Cadiz, and at Brewery 192 and Copperworks. So that property there, the owners want to make that a place of fun. So we're going to offer kayak storage and takeaway rentals for the residents. We'll see how that works out. Last thing I'd like to say is the Kenmore Business Alliance, again, thanks you so much for your support. You have some great businesses here and I work with them all. So thank you again and you have a good evening.
Karen Peterson. David Dorian.
Mayor, council members, good evening. Thank you very much for the presentations this evening. It was both inspiring and devastating, and inspiring to hear all the wonderful things that you all are doing to bring more collaborative and progressive justice and rehabilitation options to our residents and those in surrounding cities. And also devastating to hear from Mr. MacNichols about the challenges that his clients find getting back on their feet and back into society. So thank you for all you do, and I hope we can continue to do more. It's great also to hear from Brooke about the regional crisis response and for the collaboration that we have with our police department as well. I do want to comment tonight and just say, first of all, I'm thankful for the visibility into the data that we have from our police department. I know that other local cities don't have that same level of visibility. So I'm pleased at that level of transparency, and also to hear about things like the collaboration. I do want to still talk about broken taillight policing and just making sure that we're not contributing to that problem. Obviously, there was the atrocity earlier this year with Tyree Nichols, and there's a push because of that across the country to end pretextual traffic stops. We fortunately don't have that in this state, but we do still have elements of broken tail light policing, which other local municipalities have tried to put an end to. I believe there's recommendations for King County to do the same as well. And I think having looked a bit at the police services report, I understand we're now fully staffed for policing, and that might explain this. But I am seeing an uptick in the on-views versus the dispatch calls for service, so that where it's a police-initiated activity. And I'm given to understand there is some latitude that we have as a community to give direction to the police within the realms of the law, obviously, as to what to go after in terms of those on-view situations, where to put the focus, be that community policing, be that going after other things that would be less something that would be aligned with the values of our community, even if they're in the broader law. So just given that, I mean, I think the police services report would show that in the past year, it's just under double that we've seen on views as a ratio to the dispatch calls for service. I think more recently what we've seen, it's more often over double. Some of that might be staffing, but I just think it's worth looking into that as we look at what we want the police services to provide in the realm of this more humane rehabilitation that we're trying to bring. The other thing I'll slip in right at the end, just over the weekend, learned that Bothell Police is proposing that they will staff all of the campus security, so armed police on campuses for all of the schools in North Shore. And I thought that might be something that would be of interest to council here, given that that would include Inglemoor as well. That's my time. Thank you.
Andrea Carnes. Apologies if I'm butchering your last name.
Carnes or Carnes. Hi, I'm a resident here of Kenmore, and I just want to say thank you so much. There's a number of things today that just made me really proud to be a citizen of Kenmore, and proud that you all represent us, because we're an unusual place. I did want to comment on the electronic monitoring and just urge you to pass that. That's, I also just even want to push a little bit further that I think if you're somebody who's employed and you work in a situation where you can work remotely, you also are able to have income during the time that you're doing that. The majority of people who are having challenges with finances are not in situations where they can work remote. So it's not only a situation where you can't pay for the monitoring, but you also now have to provide all of your regular expenses of food and everything else, but you can't have income during that time. And some people have a hard time keeping their job. So I just think it's important to think about that holistically and even consider something a little bit more progressive than paying for the actual cost of the monitoring, but think a little bit broader about what are we saving in jail costs? What are we gaining in community support by them not having to tap into a lot of the community resources during that time if they have more supports at home? So encourage you on that. And then super excited that we have the regional crisis response. And I hope everybody is voting because tomorrow is the day. Thanks.
Krista, and I cannot read your last name. I apologize. It starts with the J.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I'm Pastor Kristen Joyner. I'm a resident of Bothell, but at Bothell United Methodist Church, we have people all over the region and in Kenmore. I'm also here as part of NUSA, the North Urban Human Services Alliance. I'm on the Housing and Homelessness Committee there. I'm also a partner with the other 5 cities, the 5 cities that you keep hearing about in the ILA for the North King County Coalition on Homelessness or something. It's something like that. Anyway, I care a lot about housing. And I'm also on the Community Advisory Board for a Regional Coalition for Housing. That's the CAB on ARCH. And so all of these things to say affordable housing is super important to me and obviously all of the organizations I'm a part of. So I want to just start off by saying thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff, for proclaiming May 7th through 12th as Affordable Housing Week and for your recognition of the urgent needs for affordable homes in our community. You know that the crisis is evident. Too many of our students do not have a stable place to call home. We know that there's over 200 kids in the North Shore School District that identify as homeless. We know that every one of your presentations tonight mentioned housing and homelessness as one of the issues that they're dealing with. So I'm really just here to say thank you, Kenmore City Council and staff. You are being noticed as leaders in this area. And so I want to please encourage you to be bold in your leadership in this city as we work towards implementing housing components and part of your comprehensive plan. NUSA's Affordable Housing Committee is comprised of city and community leaders, and they're hosting an event that we hope you know that you're invited to. A new way to look at land, an overview of community land trusts as an option for increasing permanently affordable housing. It'll be held on Friday, May 12th on Zoom, and you can learn more at NUSA about that. And we hope that you'll continue to support housing affordability with all of the tools that are available to you. Thank you again for taking the time for the proclamation tonight, and thank you for your service to community.
Elizabeth Mooney.
Hi, good evening. Oh, what a whirl. Anyway, Elizabeth Mooney, resident of Kenmore since 1995, president of PERC, People for Environmentally Responsible Kenmore. Hey, happy Earth Day week, and thanks for the rhododendron park that we participated in. Peter Lance was there promoting Streamfest and mural painting, and we're waiting to hear more about King County, but we're planning to do the kayaking again, staff and council and community with Steve Holmes. So anyway, what's up? Hey, right? Okay, I note that tonight, and this, my husband and I are saying this tonight, Jim Myers, and we note that tonight the city of Kenmore is moving forward on the first of a number of ambitious culvert replacements. These actions will go a long way to restore migratory access to the fish that live in our lake and streams. So on behalf of the fish and our Lake Washington shoreline, thank you. But of course, let us not lose sight of two important themes. Think flooding and salmon. These culvert replacements costing millions of our tax dollars are required for reasons beyond fish. We've developed our green spaces, lost our trees, paved the ground, and the storm surges in the streams have increased dramatically. The culverts were undersized, just like many of our past and present stormwater retention systems were undersized. Roads have been undermined, culverts have failed, land eroded, streams and harbors silted, and properties flooded. Development has costs that are borne by all. 2, fish need a functioning ecosystem, and while restoring passage is a big step, if one has degraded the wetland, the stream, and the riparian areas, all that effort is lost. So move forward replacing culverts. Yes, please, but please remember that this is only one part of the solutions. If the costs seem high, perhaps holding the line on development, all development, that further impacts streams and wetlands may be a better solution, and making new developments bear more of the cost of their impact to all. Think developers an incentive and keeping that in mind. Engineering solutions to problems we create will always be more expensive than retaining the natural solutions that already exist or used to exist. Not to mention that it's really healthy to walk around trees, and I know you all know that, and climate change, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, we are planning to do Streamfest. Thank you so much for hosting the Rhododendron Park. And I want to say, Avid Angler, one of our businesses over there in Lake Forest Park, that's on the shoreline. They're willing to work with us on a fun fish tying, fish down at the pier. Anyway, thank you.
Mayor, I have no additional on-site individuals signed up for public comment. Can we move on to virtual?
Yes.
If you're virtual and like to give public comment at this time, please use the raise hand function. We currently have 3 individuals signed up for virtual public comment, and we'll take them in this order. Heidi Shepherd, followed by Vicky Grayland and Stacy Valenzuela. Heidi, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Herbig and the members of the City Council. What a night. I had to be here just to support all of the folks that we work with on a daily basis. I'm a Shoreline resident, and I'm the board president of the North Urban Human Services Alliance, otherwise known as NUSA. 3 comments. First of all, I want to thank you also for proclaiming May 7th through 12th as Affordable Housing Week. And I want to stress again the information that Kristen shared, that on May 12th, we'll be looking at the community trusts and how that might help us ease the housing dilemma that we all find ourselves in. And because it's virtual and at lunchtime, it'll be very easy for all of you to attend. So if you're interested, nusa.org would be the place to find that out. I want to thank you for accepting the proclamation. And even more than a proclamation, I want to thank you for actually walking the talk in Kenmore, for making more housing available at all levels. The second thing I want to share with you is that you met my judge already, Judge Hawkins, but I'm a navigator on the community court, and I'm thrilled that Kenmore is now part of our court. I have been researching resources in Kenmore and North so that as your participants join our court, I have resources for them. A lot of the work that is done by the public defender and the prosecutor, as well as the court itself, depends on finding the resources that are accessible and available for our participants. The desperation that you have mentioned is something that comes to the community court initially, and then people say to me later, I didn't realize anybody really cared, or I didn't know there were options. Thank you. The third thing that I'd like to add is that the regional crisis centers are critical. They also connect with the community court, and they also connect with our general community who have for too long experienced episodes of behavioral health and found no place to go. So I would like to also reinforce the passage of the regional crisis center as we all add more options and more supports for all of our communities in North King County. And what a meeting you've had. Thank you very much.
Vicky Grayland.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'm Vicky Grayland and I live in Kenmore. I'd like to begin with a land acknowledgement. On behalf of the citizens of Kenmore, we acknowledge that we occupy the traditional ancestral lands of the Coast Salish peoples, specifically the Duwamish tribe, a people that are still here, continuing to honor and bring to light their ancient heritage. Without them, we'd not have access to this gathering, dialogue, and learning space. We ask that we take this opportunity to thank the original caretakers of this land who are still here. I want to thank the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the city council for reconsidering the land acknowledgement. It was recently abruptly removed from the council's meeting agenda. And I appreciate the fact that it will soon be returning. A couple of years ago, I started collecting samples of land acknowledgements for another meeting I attend. And I'm happy to share what I have collected with the city's DEI Commission. Thank you.
Stacy Valenzuela.
Good evening, Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. After a few boating accidents on the slough, especially the child in the kayak getting caught in the fishing nets, I brought forward a request for life preserver loaner stations on the Kenmore shoreline. Rather than just a fine as the ordinance tonight, the idea was to promote safety by providing free preserver loaner station to encourage the use. I am still hoping the priority to save lives with the free loaner stations at access points will come to be. Majority of our residents are disappointed that the Planning Commission submission of missing middle housing of only the quarter mile along transit corridor was not adopted by the council. So important also is the needs of the 50% AMI and low affordable housing should be a requirement and a priority. Especially concerning are the increased taxes affecting our very low and fixed income residents. These are mostly law-abiding residents that would be relieved of stressing. How will they eat this week? Pay the garbage, the card tabs now, the car and their home insurance. They should be helped. Where is that equity? When will we see the promised discounts before being outpriced of our homes? Yet the Kenmore Row Club and Friends of Kenmore, the same group members, are in default over $500,000. Additionally, the Row Club is collecting the per student or up to $40,000 per 10-week program, which now has 4 school teams. Has this increased to over $100,000? This rent money should be going to the city for maintenance, facility needs. This is 3 years of excuses. Please collect these funds of the default loan with the insurance that was required by the original agreement. Find another group that would be interested and financially responsible, or open it up to the public without having them to pay a fee to the same Kenmore Boat Club that's in default. We need to use common and financial sense. Yes, what about that budget? Thank you very much.
Mayor, I have no additional hands raised at this time.
All right, unless there's any objection, I would propose that we take a 10-minute break because we've been going for a little while. Any objections? All right, we're on break until 9:33. Kenmore City Council will return to order. All right, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion, a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, the consent agenda stands approved. Next on the agenda, Public Safety 2022 Police Service Report presented by Kenmore Police Chief Brandon Moen.
Good evening. I'm going to be brief with many of these slides. Thank you for having me today. I'm happy to report on Kenmore's police year in review. This is actually the first time I've given this presentation in person, despite being here in Kenmore for 3.5 years. So happy to be here. Real quick summary, as you know, our police department still consists of myself, being the sole supervisor, 12 patrol officers. In 2022, there were vacancies. As of about a month and a half ago, we actually have 0 vacancies, which is exceptionally rare right now within the sheriff's office. So we're very fortunate, and that's indicative of our ability to recruit and retain the people that we have here within the sheriff's office. We can use the sheriff's office for our specialty services, major crimes, special assault, things of that sort. We typically have two officers minimum on patrol at any time. During an overlap between swing shift and graveyard, there's oftentimes more than that, but at a minimum, we have 2 officers, and we rely very heavily on our very good partnership with Shoreline Police. Since I am the sole supervisor, someone has to be supervising its patrol officers, and luckily Shoreline is able to do that for us. Closer? Yeah, okay. I thought I was yelling into it, but just as a frame of reference, this should look very similar. This is based on 2022 numbers. We're still the second lowest in King County in terms of per capita police staffing. This includes the partial FTEs that we pay for with the sheriff's office, or like a fractional major crimes detective, a fraction of a special assault unit detective. That's included in these numbers. And overall in the state, we're 4th lowest per capita behind University Place, Sammamish, and the Center. The state average is about, well, as you see there, 1.29. We're at about 0.66. Despite that, we were ranked by SafeWise as 7th safest city in the state of Washington, based on the 2022 stats. We actually fell a little bit. We were 5th the previous year and 9th in 2020, but nonetheless, still in the top 10 safest cities in the state. So we're very proud of that. Just generally looking at the raw numbers, we're handling about 3,400 calls for service. We're relying heavily, last year we started relying heavily on online reporting and encouraging people to report online. So a call that can be handled from someone's living room without an officer having to go out there and collect evidence, if there's not a suspect, they can report it online. It frees up officers for other things. So we did have 250 online reports last year. So that's part of the reason the dispatch calls for service were down slightly. we're really trying to leverage that technology. As you also see, there's about 89 service requests. We also get, people find a way to get a hold of us if they have an issue. We oftentimes get them through the online city portal. Of those 89 requests, I would venture 75% of them are complaints about abandoned vehicles. That seems to be the #1 service request complaint that comes through City Hall, or about abandoned vehicles in neighborhoods. We continue to engage the community as we always do. We hosting a bike rodeo last year, our national night out event, presence at the city anniversary and city concerts. We have an officer who teaches drug education classes at Kenmore Middle School. We partook in an event with King County Housing Authority at one of their facilities. We're also really trying to use social media to engage the community and keep them apprised of what's happening out on the streets of Kenmore. And we have had luck with identifying suspects using that, using the social media accounts to do that. I've also here in the past 6 months or so started doing weekly week in review posts where we actually say, this is how many calls Kenmore Police responded to last year. What type of calls were they? I've received really positive feedback. People love to see that. Sometimes it seems redundant because it's a lot of the same calls over and over again, week to week, but people are really enjoying seeing that information. Also on this slide, I wanted to give a quick update on a couple programs that are in the works. Body worn cameras are being rolling out department-wide for the sheriff's office. They are live primarily in the Southwest precinct right now, but eventually they will be moving north. The contract cities and areas north of I-90 are the last ones to receive them, just kind of how they're rolling them out. I would anticipate seeing them in Kenmore hopefully later this year. There's obviously a lot of logistic issues. It's a huge project, and just getting the equipment alone is a big undertaking. So you will be seeing them very soon though. The gun buyback program we spoke about a month ago. The first event was in Burien on April 1st. It was very successful. They collected close to 300 firearms and thousands of rounds of ammunition. The next event is kind of TBD. We are still in line to host it here, but the sheriff's office is trying to figure out the financials. They spend a lot of money on that event. It's very costly on the back end of processing all those guns. And so we're kind of in a wait and see mode with the sheriff's office on when that next event will be. But again, we're in line to host it. National Night Out will be on August 2nd. Once again, in conjunction with the farmers market. We really got positive feedback from both the community and city staff with that event by combining it with the farmers market. We just had a built-in audience. It was really great. Everyone had a great time. We continue to do a number of emphasis projects and giveaways here at City Hall. You can get a lock-in prescription drug bag. You can get a cable lock for firearm here right at the front desk of no charge. Safe Place program is still in effect. We continue to support Target Zero and all the traffic safety that the engineering department is doing. We also have at least 2 that I know of, and maybe another one. Kenmore teenagers and the Explorer program, the North Post of the Sheriff's Office Explorer program. So we're happy to support them, and they actually come out to many of our events. You'll see them helping us with traffic control and various security issues. So we're excited to have them on board. And we're also now beginning automated photo enforcement support of what is an engineering project. We are on the back end having to prove those infractions. So that is a big undertaking that we're doing literally right now with training officers to review those speeding infractions and right now school zones for the automated enforcement program. I'm not going to talk about Radar Racer. We know it's great. Brooke is a rock star. We are so blessed to have her. She has been awesome to have on our team, and we're really excited to be part of it, but I'm not going to belabor the point since we spoke about that at length. Mayor's Pledge. I come back to this every year. We started this process back in 2020 with the Obama Foundation's Mayor's Pledge. We're continuing to augment our existing training, which was one of the recommendations that we made when we went through this process. The Sheriff's Office is now an ABLE certified training agency, ABLE being active bystandership for law enforcement. Fairly complicated process to get certified, but we have a cadre of trainers now in the Sheriff's Office that are training all of the officers. Everyone in Kenmore with the exception of the one sitting in front of you, has been through that training, and I'm scheduled to go, but everyone else has been through it. So I'm excited that they've been able to do that. There's also a number of classes you see there that are state mandated classes that fairly new that all of the officers have been through as well. That's kind of ongoing training. Our I-940 community representatives are in place. They're on a list. We hope to never have to call them, but should we have serious use of force or deadly use of force within the city of Kenmore, those community representatives are in place, ready to go. Everything else there is pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to move on. Every year I give a brief update on, or brief summary of how we compare to our neighbors. This is based on 2021 stats. It's because the report that this information comes from statewide doesn't come out till the summer, and I obviously do this presentation in the spring. So this is always based on the year prior. So 2021 stats, still less crime than our neighbors. Bothell, Lake Forest Park, Kirkland, Woodinville, and Shoreline. And if you look larger scale in King County, we're 5th in terms of that crime rate per 1,000 residents. And if you remove the really small cities, we're really 3rd. Number of notable investigations over the course of the year. We had a very big success in ending a problem house where there was a lot of narcotics being dealt, causing a ton of neighborhood issues, just a real thorn in the side of the Arrowhead neighborhood. And so we, after a very lengthy and sometimes tenuous process, we were able to finally end the residency of those tenants in that residence, and the neighborhood is very happy now. So that took a considerable amount of time. We also had a big bike burglary ring that we broke up, a number of burglaries that were solved as a result of that, that arrest. The best news out of this is that during 2022, there were 0 major crimes call-outs, which is a good thing. They did do follow-up for us. They do a number of follow-up investigations, but they're not coming out in the middle of the night, which is good, which means there was no major crime, as in a homicide or something serious that where they had to come out in the middle of the night. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Same thing with MAR callouts, which is their major accident reconstruction group. They came out 0 times last year, which is great. We already talked about dispatch calls or service down slightly. I attribute that directly to the online reporting that we're really pushing now. Response times are really only concerned about that middle line. Priority X there's very few of them. That's an easily skewed number. Priority 2 are not a big deal, but that blue line is the more serious number, and those are the in progress crimes that we're responding to most common, and they actually went down a little bit last year. As you'd expect, as from previous years, the 2 districts that were the most calls for, the Edward 2 and Edward 3, the commercial areas, the areas that contain the most commercial area, they just tend to generate the most calls for service. On-view activity, up slightly. I highly encourage the officers to be active, be visible. On-views doesn't necessarily mean it's a traffic stop. Traffic stops are down considerably over the last few years. On-views could be a business check. It could be an area check. It could be going to Inglemore in the middle of the day, just hanging out in the parking lot and being visible. It's not just being at the police station. We want officers to be out and be visible. And so that's what we try to reflect in these on-view numbers that you see. So crimes against persons versus crimes against property. Excuse me. Crimes against persons were down, luckily. It's the more serious of the two, really bucking a statewide trend. Violent crime in the state since 2015, so in the last 8 years or so, is up about 55%. Homicides are up about 96%. So the fact that our crimes against persons are actually going down is a nice thing here locally. Look at that. Assaults, they are what they are. I'm gonna keep going with this. Domestic violence crimes down a little bit. They went down in the pandemic, went up last year, now back down to around what they were during the pandemic. It's just something that we have no control over. It's just a very common call that we deal with, and unfortunately pretty predominant in our society. Burglaries were up considerably, up about 50%. This jump is primarily due to commercial burglaries. We had about 25% of our commercial burglaries last year were specifically targeting mini marts. Your corner mini marts, you know which ones I'm referring to. I won't refer to them by name, but we're really working with those businesses to make them less make them less attractable for criminals in the middle of the night. This is burglaries that happen in the middle of the night. They're breaking in a door. So what can they do to make it more deterrent, more of a deterrent for criminals to attack those mini marts? And so those were the predominant cause of the rise in the burglaries in 2022. Thefts were down slightly. Vandalisms were up a bit. Vandalism is, I would consider to be a lot of hijinks involved. We're talking graffiti, vandalism within our parks, petty crime. Oddly enough, motor vehicle thefts were up a lot, which is also something we've seen statewide. Though in Kenmore, actually, they're up double what they were statewide. Statewide, they were 30%. We were up 60%. And it's been a variety of vehicles. This isn't just the Kias and the Hondas that we hear about that are easy to steal. I went through and looked at them, and there were a wide variety. Some of this numbers is a bit skewed because we do have 3 U-Haul dealerships here in town, and those are commonly stolen, either not returned or just stolen off the lot. So there's some skewing of the numbers there. Of note, again, this is a statewide issue. Washington is now the number 3 state in the country for stolen vehicles, just the raw number, not per capita, the raw number of stolen vehicles. We're behind only California and Texas now in terms of the number of stolen cars. So this is not just a Kenmore issue by any means. Traffic collisions were up a bit. We're reaching back to our pre-pandemic numbers, primarily due to those returning traffic volumes. And we'll talk a little bit more about collisions here. There were 6 bicycle collisions in 2022. 4 of the 6 actually involved a vehicle. The other 2 were just bicyclists by themselves. Luckily, all of those 6 bicycle collisions were minor injuries, scrapes, cuts, things of that sort. I'd say of those 6, 2 were only what you'd consider to be a traditional bicycle collision, where a vehicle is drifting to the right and hits a bicyclist just on the shoulder, something of that sort. The rest were a little less traditional. They involved a road rage between the bicyclist and a motorist, or a bicyclist crashing into the back of a parked car, things of a little bit more unusual. Unfortunately, 8 pedestrian collisions during that time as well. 3 of those 8, what I would classify as being a traditional pedestrian vehicle collision. Again, all minor injuries, luckily, nothing too serious. I typically will provide the trend here of the last several years. You can see the pedestrian collisions are above the 9-year average, whereas the bicycle collisions are right around where they typically are. And this gives you an idea where they are in the city. As you'd expect, highly congested areas where the most people are, most vehicles are, where you're going to see the most conflicts between the bicycles and pedestrians. This is just a summary of the things we've just talked about in terms of a percentage. I'm not going to belabor that point. Every year I give a review of our use of force stats. This is something that I committed to as part of the 2020 Obama's pledge, mayor's pledge, I should say, for the Obama Foundation. So there were 2 uses of force in the entire year of 2022 for the city of Kenmore. And again, use of force is very broad. It is an arrest that results in any amount of pain, any amount of injury. It could be a scratch. It could be just a, ow, my arm hurts, or as much as a tasing. That's a use of force. All of those are investigated as a use of force. So there were 2 in 2022. Both involved persons resisting arrest, one being a DUI suspect, one being a DV suspect. And with that, that was my record fast police services report. very proud of the officers that we have here. We have an excellent group. Humbled by the work that they do. This is a very challenging time to be in law enforcement and continues to be as it has been for the last several years. So I'm proud of the work they do and proud to represent them here. So happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you so much, Chief Moen. I always appreciate you coming and giving us all of this data. I just have two questions. One is, can you describe a little bit more about how on view is defined? Like what that entails, I guess.
Sure. So in our CAD system, which is what the officers are dispatched to calls using, or they can also initiate on-view activity themselves, and it's logged into our system as an on-view. So should they go into a business check, they're going to walk through Safeway and talk to the manager, that would be an on-view, a business check. The example I gave is an area check being in Inglemoor. Sometimes there's problems at the schools at night. So if they go through Park in Inglemoor, walk around the school, that's an area check, it's being visible, so deterrent, that would be an on-view. It could be a traffic stop for a speeding vehicle. It could be any number of those things. So it's fairly broad, but it's something that the officer themselves is initiating as opposed to someone calling 911.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification, because my reading of it sounded like there was always something that looked suspicious that initiated that, but not necessarily.
Could in some circumstances, but not
Okay.
always. And probably I'd say not typically.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my other question was, how are districts determined? Were those established at some point in time, and that's always been?
Yes, I believe those were established when probably the city was incorporated. They just drew lines, and it's really for statistical purposes only for crime stats.
Okay. In particular, I noticed like E2, like I don't know how that compares to previously, but is a much higher number of dispatch calls to that district as compared to some of the others. Do you know what is maybe?
It's primarily because
leading to that.
the Edward II, as we call it, is comprises the north side of Bothell Way. So you're getting all those businesses, Kenmore Lanes and all of that area. Any call in there is going to be considered the Edward II. So that's where most of those calls are coming from, as opposed to the residential areas, Edward II, which are going to generate far less calls.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah. So any of the commercial areas, Edward II and Edward III, that's the main draw of those commercial businesses.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember File.
Thank you. Chief Moen, I always appreciate your presentations and your thorough reports. And one of my concerns is the amount of vandalism we're seeing in our community. There's really been an increase of it. I haven't seen it like this before quite so much. And we certainly aren't, I'm not seeing necessarily any responsive cleanup happening. So how are we working with our business partners? And then my question would also be for our city manager. What is our goal for our properties that we own and maintain? I think we have to walk the walk too. So first, what's the plan?
Sure. So when we have vandalism on city property, it's typically at parks, and the parks crew, public works crew, is very responsive to that. They typically will call us. We'll go out, take the report, take photos, see if there's any evidence to collect, and then they're pretty good about cleaning up as quick as they can. I think that most of the vandalism that you are seeing are in the commercial areas. They're in commercial buildings, or they're along here on 182nd. We had some graffiti here recently, and unfortunately those cases, it's upon the property owner to clean. So we will contact that property owner. Typically they're the ones reporting it to us, but we'll contact that property owner and encourage them, as part of taking that police report, to have the graffiti cleaned, or whatever the vandalism may be. There isn't a program in place for us to go out and clean the private property, but we just encourage encourage the businesses or the victims to clean it as quickly as possible. We find a lot of times with the tagging graffiti, the quicker it's taken down, it's kind of a bit demoralizing for the tagger because now their work is now gone. They take oftentimes pride in having that tag. You see in Seattle, all the tags and the freezers and stuff. That person has great pride in that their name or their moniker up on that wall. So the quicker it's taken down, the more demoralizing it is, and they tend to be less likely to do it again.
Thank you. And what I've noticed is, for example, there's the former gas station on 61st and 522. That's one of those places that our community sees as they enter into our community and on their way out. I'm certainly hoping that, for our city manager, that we can do something about that. And also a greater presence on 68th, especially over the last month. So I know that there's work to kind of find the culprits. I certainly hope if there's a community court perspective, we can work that route. But I don't know that I really have heard any updates about how we're really addressing those issues or when they're caught and resolved. I'm not very much for seeing youth go into jails for repeated offenses, but I do want to see restorative justice happen, and whether it's time and cleanup. And the other thing is about the motor vehicle thefts that have been occurring in Kenmore. Are there any specific trends you're seeing?
No. When I went back and looked at the type of vehicles being stolen, I thought I was going to see a lot of the Kias and the Hondas, which nationally had been targeted as being fairly easy to steal relative to other vehicles, but I really wasn't seeing that trend here. It was a mix of vehicles. Like I mentioned, the U-Hauls, unfortunately, are oftentimes what drives some of the stats here locally. Just in general, our crime here, not only vehicle thefts, but just in general, it's most often criminals that are filtering down from either Snohomish County or filtering up from Seattle, and they will target Kenmore for a short amount of time for whatever crime they may be, whether it be vehicle theft, burglary, car prowls. When we are capturing or arresting suspects for those various crimes, very rarely are they Kenmore residents. There's someone that's coming up, and so we may see a vehicle theft ring come here and steal a bunch of vehicles, and our crime stats go up, and then before long, they move on to a different city. Hopefully at some point in there, we're able to intervene and catch them, but unfortunately, a lot of these crimes, it's difficult to catch them in the act.
And then where we're having a lot of pedestrian collisions and bicycle collisions, I know that we have future plans for considered roadway improvements and walkways and safety and bike lane improvements. I'm happy to see that come in the future. And so it's hard to see these numbers and know that we've had an impact to our target zero in a way. So I'm looking forward to improvements to help us reach our goals again and be more effective on reducing injuries and accidents in our community that occur. But I wonder also, what's the kind of demographics about the age of these kind of incidents of bicycle collisions or pedestrian collisions, hit and runs?
They're all over the place. They run the gamut, really, both the bicycle and the pedestrian collisions. I go through and I look at literally every single one at the end of the year. I see the reports when they happen, but I also go through and look specifically at each collision that involves a bicycle or pedestrian, and it's everything. One bicycle collision was a 14-year-old on the shoulder. The vehicle drifted to the right, didn't see him, and struck him. And luckily, he received just minor injuries. Another one was more of, like I said, mentioned a road rage thing that was completely avoidable, but it was not an engineering issue. It wasn't a bicycle vehicle issue. It was adults not acting like adults issue. So it really does run the gamut. I didn't necessarily see a trend in any particular demographic that were affected by these collisions.
And then I know that police presence at schools and like our high school is usually in like the parking lot and conducting traffic usually, right? That's the way many student youth have seen that kind of interaction. And in the past, I've seen our officers be very helpful to our young drivers who are trying to back out in challenging situations. So I've never seen an incident where that was a difficult interaction. I have heard concerns from parents on one side of the issue of SROs in schools, and then student youth kind of divided on both sides depending on race. You know, it really down to race, and then the experience of whether a student is going through the community living as a, you know, with white privilege or as a member of a BIPOC community. There are differences in the way of interpretation and then experience and generational fear, right? So it's been interesting listening to the conversations from North Shore School District, both from student youth and parents and family, and then staff. I do know that we all want our officers to be able to respond in the case of a crisis on a school campus. I think that it's going to be interesting how the process kind of comes along, and I know that everything you do with early interactions with youth help reduce early childhood trauma. So such as your story time with a cop and your presence with our community events and the great ways in which kids have the opportunity to interact with our officers in a kind, informative way. So it's good that those opportunities are available. And I don't want to see those opportunities go away. And I appreciate all you do for our city. So thank you for keeping our city healthy, safe, and well. And I look forward to next year's presentation.
Thank you.
Can I add to, I appreciated the comments about graffiti, and I've noticed somewhat of an uptick too. And I would like to echo the fact that rapid removal is a good way of combating graffiti, and our maintenance crew is very good at that. Another deterrent I've noticed, and I haven't read any studies on this or anything, but it's just my own observations, is my guess, and Chief, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my guess is that graffiti artists tend to respect other art. Excuse me. They tend to respect other art. And so, for example, we had a utility cabinet right there on 68th in front of Super Supplements that was constantly getting tagged. And so that we wrapped it with art. And since we put that vinyl wrap on it, it hasn't been tagged. Now that's just one example. So I don't know if it's, you know, but Chief, your thoughts on that? Is that a good deterrent?
That makes sense. Yes, I've never seen the mural on the side of St. Vincent de Paul's get vandalized. I think it makes sense. Unfortunately, a lot of the surfaces that are being tagged probably aren't ripe for art, or they're not as visible, or the temporary. Like at the gas station, it's plywood. Unfortunately, they're covering the windows that they're tagging. But yeah, I think you're right. If there is a constant surface that's being targeted, it's worthy of adding some artwork.
Councilmember Kugler.
I don't have a question. I just had a general comment, and that is, oh, sorry. I just want to also give you kudos and your team kudos for the comments that Brooke made today. I think the collaboration that your team has been doing with her team and all of the behavioral health providers is fantastic. And I feel like, you know, at a high level, looking at all of the numbers and given the amount of staffing, like your team is small but very mighty. You're doing a lot. And additionally, I feel like every example that I've seen of like, you know, sometimes we get nice messages from residents who have run into your staff, or I've run into them while getting pizza from Pagliacci's. Very community minded and centered, and I really appreciate that approach. So thank you.
Any other questions?
I just have an overall comment. I would like to echo what Councilmember Kumar just said. I really appreciate the leadership of our chief, Brandon Moen. He's been doing an excellent job for us, and we have fantastic police officers, really high caliber people working for the city and risking their lives every day for our residents and keeping us safe. And also what Councilmember Kugler said about our police department being so lean. We are a tiny police department compared to other cities, especially if you look at per capita. And it's also an interesting concept given our low crime rate. So we have a low number of police officers and a low crime rate. So I don't think those two are necessarily connected. Like if we doubled our police force, would crime go down? I don't think so. Our crime rate has more to do with upstream issues and overall demographics of the city and commercial activity and things like that. So I think there's a lot to be said for keeping a lean, small police force and maintaining the quality leadership and police officers that we have.
Yeah, and I want to echo what my colleagues have said. I appreciate your leadership, Chief, especially, frankly, the last couple of years after everything that happened in 2020. You really stepped into an uncomfortable space and you owned it in a way that I really found personally admirable. And I really appreciate that step that the work that you put in over the last couple of years. And I know our community really appreciates that. And I know it's been hard, and I want to say thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilor File.
Thank you. I also just wanted to publicly thank you and your great team for a quick response. It wasn't that long ago that I was followed home from City Hall, all the way to my home, and with my son. And it's never a good thing to have our city staff, our council, or commissioners stalked, harassed, or intimidated. But I appreciate the quick response, the great support, and the good feedback. They were very professional, and I plan to later bring forward a resolution on the issue. But I would love to see some great summer events come back to us this summer with our officers. You guys do such a great job during the farmers market. I think there's still great opportunities for other types of engagement during that time as well. And I look forward to also celebrating our officers. I mean, many times you celebrate our officer achievements along with staff during the day, but feel free to invite us. We support our officers, and we support their many great accomplishments and their service to our community. It would be nice to be able to celebrate with them. Thank you.
Further questions? Deputy Mayor.
I just want to say thank you. I think we are so fortunate to have you as our chief in the city of Kenmore and such a wonderful public safety staff. Many people have already said it, but I couldn't not say thank you. Okay.
On a lighter note, something jumped out while I was flipping through your presentation. I noticed that one of the people that one of the vehicles you put on through social media had a 49er sticker. As a Seahawks fan, can we just arrest everybody with a 49er sticker?
Okay. They're prime suspects in most.
I would assume so. They're obviously degenerates. All right.
Maybe send them to diversion court. I don't know.
Mayor Herbig.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Herbig. Councilmember Baker has his hand
Oh, I'm
raised.
so sorry. Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I just wanted to join everybody in remarking about the chief. He has been a true asset to our community. I've really appreciated every day that he and his staff have been here. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Next up, staff reports.
Yeah, just a couple things. First of all, I'd like to thank Stephanie Lucash, our Deputy City Manager, for orchestrating tonight's Public Safety and Justice Services program. Very well done, very informative. Yeah, thank you so much. You may recall, I recently, within the last few months or year or so, I asked Stephanie to take on the responsibilities for Public Safety and Justice Services, and she's taken it to a new level, as you can tell. So thank you so much, Stephanie. Also, Stephanie is the incoming president of the Washington City Managers Association. And yeah. And you may have seen an email where that gives her voting status on the AWC Board of Directors. So she's repping Kenmore. So thank you. Yeah. Also, just quickly, the Earth Day event that was held at Rhododendron Park was a success. We had 9 vendors and they all said they want to come back next year. And I was able to be there for a couple hours and there was just a good steady flow of people. You can see the pictures up there that Maurita Colburn took of the event. That the nature walk tour guide, Lisa Taylor, I believe is her name. She was phenomenal. I went on one of the tours and I saw Councilmember Shrubnik was on that walk with me, and I learned so much from her, and she was so engaging, and she interacted with the kids really well too. So it was really fun. But yeah, good steady flow. And you know, we had the weather was slightly questionable. It kind of sprinkled on and off during the event, but we still had good turnout. So really grateful to Maurita Colburn and many of my other coworkers for making that event happen. That's all I have.
Oh, okay, I thought we had another discussion. Or we push.
Oh, yes. I can't believe I'm forgetting. Yes. Shannon, are you still with us? I was ready to go to bed.
Yes, I am. I've been waiting up. Let's see. There we go. Are we ready?
Yes. Hi, Shannon. Thank you for coming on such short notice. We talked late last week about land acknowledgement, and I've asked you to just give the council your thoughts on that and what we can do to have land acknowledgement as part of our city council meetings.
Okay, well, actually that conversation, so we re-engaged in that conversation this past week, but the conversation began back in middle of March in 2022. Councilmember O'Kane may remember, we talked about land acknowledgement even back then. So there was a very strong desire as part of the DEIA planning to look at lots of different areas. And one of those areas that City Manager Carlinzi and Councilmember O'Kane brought up was doing a land acknowledgement. So at the request and direction of the City Manager, I've prepared a land acknowledgement for your consideration. But first, I wanted to just share, because this is a public meeting, and I wanted to give this little bit of background for the benefit of public record and for the community members. But first, thank you so much, Mayor Herbick and council and staff and community for allowing and holding this space for me to come back and share this information in this update. So why would any government choose to adopt and share a land acknowledgement in recognition of the Indigenous First Nation caretakers of the traditional tribal lands? Well, there's several reasons, and some of those reasons are respect for Indigenous people. Acknowledging the traditional owners of the land is an important step towards showing respect for the Indigenous people who have lived on that land for thousands of years, but it also acknowledges the fact that Indigenous people have a deep connection to the land and that their history and culture should be recognized and respected. Acknowledging past injustices. In many cases, Indigenous people were forcibly removed from their lands. Their cultures were suppressed and they were subjected to various forms of discrimination and oppression. And by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, governments can acknowledge these past injustices and commit to working towards reconciliation. Building mutually beneficial relationships. Acknowledging the traditional owners of the land is an important step towards building relationships with Indigenous people. It demonstrates a willingness, and for us, for the city of Kenmore, to learn about and respect those cultures and histories, and it can help to create a more positive and respectful relationship between Indigenous people and the government of Kenmore, in our case specifically. And then finally, promoting awareness. Sharing a land acknowledgement can also help to promote awareness, understanding of Indigenous people and their histories among non-Indigenous people, but it can also encourage people to learn more about those cultures and histories and to become more engaged. You know, my belief is that you have to educate, engage, and then empower communities and individuals so that we can move into that place that, as Dr. King has always characterized it, the more perfect union. And so this moves us toward both reconciliation and social justice. Overall, adopting and sharing a land acknowledgement is a way for governments to recognize the important role that Indigenous people have always played in shaping the land and to commit to working towards a more respectful and equitable relationships with those people. And so to that end, I want to offer a land acknowledgement in recognition of the Muckleshoot, the Snohomish, and Stillaguamish peoples, who are the original occupants of the territorial space now partly occupied by the city of Kenmore as a result of the 1855 Treaty of Point Elliott. The full acknowledgement that I offer will read as: we acknowledge and honor the ancestral lands and waters upon which we gather today in the city of Kenmore, Washington, recognizing the Muckleshoot, Snohomish, and Stillaguamish peoples as the original stewards of this region. In recognition of the Muckleshoot, Snohomish, and Stillaguamish peoples who are the original occupants in the territory space now occupied by the city of Kenmore as a result of the 1855 Treaty of Point Elliott, we pay our respects to their ancestors, elders, and descendants who have lived here since time immemorial, nurturing and protecting the lands, rivers, and Salish Sea. We are grateful to the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, whose historical territory stretches from the Cascade Mountains to the Puget Sound, for their immense contributions to the local history, culture, economy, and identity of Washington. We also acknowledge the Snohomish tribe, the lowland people, who have inhabited the lands and waters along the Snohomish River and the surrounding areas for generations. We extend our gratitude to the Stillaguamish tribe, the people of the river, who have continued to practice their traditional ways of fishing, hunting, and gathering as caretakers of these lands and waters. As we gather on the traditional territory of these tribes, we honor their resilience, strength, and wisdom. As well as the
Shannon, you're cutting in and out. I apologize.
Environmental legacies. They have dialogues with these tribal communities, fostering and promoting the preservation and unity. We pledge to work together with the Muckleshoot that is inclusive, respecting people. We pledge to work together to create a future that is inclusive, respectful, and honors the invaluable contributions of these first peoples to our shared history and the vibrant community of Kenmore, Washington. Now, that's a lot because you have 3 tribes. I offer that to house and rest on the city's website. But for the purposes of reading Mayor Herbig, I've given you an abbreviated acknowledgement. And it is much shorter and it reads as this. This is what I offer that you could read at the start of ceremonial events, that you could start council meetings and other places where appropriate. We acknowledge the ancestral lands and waters upon which we gather today in Kenmore, Washington, recognizing the Muckleshoot, Snohomish, and Stillaguamish peoples as the original stewards of this region. In recognition of their historical territory, we pay respect to their ancestors, elders, and descendants who have nurtured and protected the land, rivers, and Salish Sea. We are grateful for their immense contributions to the local history, culture, economy, and identity of Washington. As we honor their resilience, strength, and wisdom, we commit to upholding their sovereignty, promoting the preservation of their rich cultural heritage, and fostering government-to-government collaboration. We pledge to work together with these First Peoples to create a future that is inclusive, respectful, and honors their invaluable contributions to our shared history and vibrant community.
Chandu, can you speak to how the tribes have made these acknowledgements more available on their websites and the process for adopting them as compared to a year or two ago?
Yes. So in the course of the last year, there have been many trainings hosted by King County and others on how to approach this topic of land acknowledgements. People across the country have decided that now is the time to reach out to tribal communities, to partner with them to develop land acknowledgements. But a lot of our local tribes, especially smaller tribes, have unpaid staff or volunteer staff that may number 1 or 2 people, and they were inundated with hundreds of requests to partner to write land acknowledgements. So what they've done is they've created land acknowledgements and have shared those land acknowledgements on their websites or provided examples, templates, or given guidance. So in the last year, we've learned a lot about how the tribes would like those land acknowledgements recognized. So taking land acknowledgements from the Muckleshoot, from the Stillaguamish, and the Snohomish people, we've looked at their histories, what they've offered in terms of recommendations, and then the relationships that they share with local communities. And then we've developed the longer land acknowledgement that recognizes more of what they've chosen to have incorporated into that language, and then offered something that collaborates the three, and then offered you also, Mayor Herbig, and others, something that you can share for the purposes of brevity. Because what's important is to make sure that we see, that we recognize and honor the fact that these are all independent sovereign nations. And so in being respectful and extending that respect and that grace to do that, we wanted to make sure that we incorporated a couple of sentences as part of the longer, more formal land acknowledgement to respect the sovereignty, the culture, and the richness of the identities of each. So there's a lot of guidance that we've gotten in terms of the development of those in the past year.
Councilmember Baker, did I see your hand?
Yes, you did. I'm curious what's happened with the Coast Salish people. From all of our discussions, all of our work with indigenous members of the tribes in our own community that also helped us with the name of the new park, Aquides. I am curious as to why the Coast Salish people aren't mentioned.
Well, the Coast Salish people is an umbrella of many different tribal communities. The Coast Salish people is represented by, I believe, something like 29 different tribal communities that extend across much of the Puget Sound area.
Yeah, they were principal residents of the Kenmore area. From all of the research, the initial discussions could ascertain. And if they include a number of other smaller tribes, then they definitely should be mentioned in part of it, because that's more inclusive. So anyway, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, we can certainly do that, but keep in mind, Coast Salish represents many different tribal communities together.
That'd be like saying residents of the Pacific Northwest versus
Did-
Washingtonians and Oregonians.
Exactly.
Were you able to see during my last part of mayorship what I read?
Yes.
Because I started it about June or July of 22. So were you able to see that?
I did. And
Okay.
just for just informatively, the Coast Salish tribes are the Chehalis, the Chimicum, the Chawakan, the Cowlitz tribe, the Duwamish, the Esquimalt, the Halate, the Homalco, Clallam, Comox, Clahoos, Quatsum, Latamish, Laxon, Muckleshoot, Nisqually, Musqueam, Nooksack, Penelakut, Pentlatch, Puyallup, New Westminster Indian Band, Quillicum, and the Samish, it goes on. So there are a lot of different tribes. There are many tribes that are part of Coast Salish.
Yeah, right.
So it's like
that seems to be very inclusive.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And
I do
then-
appreciate it. Thank you.
And then what we've done is looked at the part of those lands that the city of Kenmore occupies, and we've recognized and identified those to be the Stillaguamish, the Snohomish, and the Muckleshoot.
Councilmember Marshall.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly. This is very important. Thanks to everybody who brought it back up after it fell away. I know that the Tulalip tribe must be included in this. They are the tribe that later, or the group that later incorporated the Sammamish peoples who used to live along the very Sammamish slough that runs through the city here. And there's also the question, maybe some council members may have, as to whether the Duwamish tribe, though federally unrecognized, should be included or not. And in all due respect to my fellow council members, given the length of the meeting tonight, I think this is a grave and important conversation. I don't think we can do it justice tonight. I would respectfully ask that we respect and appreciate what's been brought for us from Kelly, and go through and try to deal with this at a different time in those very big issues.
Any other questions, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Marshall, and I think it would be great to see the language that's been discussed. There were things in the first that I thought would be great in our weekly statement, for example, because they were really important. They were able to maintain the brevity. But anyway, I agree. I think we should bring this back. I'm really thankful for the work that you've done and what you presented. This does demand care and consideration as we bring this back. Thank you.
And I'll also remind the council that in November of 2021, the city of Kenmore, Washington, issued a proclamation to the and it was signed by Mayor Baker, and it was received by, let me make sure I have this right, the Center for World Indigenous Studies as part of the Education, Research, and Public Policy Organization, as leaders of the Conference of Tribal Governments of Tumwater, Washington, that accepted the proclamation. And those different tribes, even then, that were recognized by the city of Kenmore in November 2021 as part of the Coast Salish peoples were the Muckleshoot, the Snohomish, and the Stillaguamish as well.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I also support Councilmember Marshall's recommendation and that of our deputy mayor. I think it's important that when such an important items before us, that our community needs the opportunity to see it on an agenda We need to be able to read it. We need to give our community the opportunity to weigh in. This is something, you know, at the beginning of the year, I noticed was missing, and I had talked with our city manager about, and I'm happy that we're discussing it today. I want to see this come back, but I also do agree that we, in including the Coastal Salish people, and the reason for that is the unrecognized tribal nations that that is part of the history of Kenmore. So I think that that's a firm position I personally have, and I support Councilmember Baker on that too. And quite frankly, it was kind of sad to be in a situation where we stopped for a while. We had a indigenous member of our community do a lot of research and work with Councilmember Baker and Mayor Herberg in the past to bring a land acknowledgement to our community. And so when we are responsible elected leaders, to have made a commitment in the past and have to pull that back is really, that's a sad state of affairs. So I definitely want to see us move forward, but I definitely want to give our community the opportunity to see this beautiful land acknowledgement you've created, and the alternate language, and then have our community weigh in. And it is a late evening. It's been a long night. So I really appreciate you staying up late with us and hanging in there, and all the work you do, both in the past on our DEI resolution and our policy and our framework and the task force and now the advisory committee. So thank you. Appreciate you completely. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'm not saying I think the general consensus is that we should have these published in a future agenda as a discussion item, and in a place where folks can give it a good read over, because you did cut out in the middle of the longer ones. We didn't hear all of the words that you wrote out, but it'd be great to see all that written out. So thank you very much, Shannon. We really appreciate your time tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Council member reports and comments. Councilmember Baker.
Nothing to add.
Councilmember Marshall.
I'm sad to note the passing of Principal Al Haynes from Inglemoor High School. He was back then, my era, 87 and thereabouts, a pillar of the community and a grandson of Pop Keeney of Pop Keeney Stadium. And many people online have testified to what a great influence he was. So condolences to his family.
Councilmember Kugler.
No reports, but I do want to see if I have just consensus from the council that we will discuss the electronic home monitoring at a future meeting for a decision. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Shubnik.
I just want to say thanks to the staff for a really awesome event on Saturday, the Earth Day event, and thanks to Tracy Banashinsky for a really great similar but restoration event on Sunday.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I attended Earth Day on the 22nd at Kenmore Rhododendron Park, and what a wonderful, beautiful community event that really brought everybody out. It was great to see so much community engagement, family and community outreach, education going on. And to that effect, I had a great hazardous waste committee meeting this couple weeks ago, and we got to see the rollout of the Don't Be Toxic campaign. And so I'm hoping that we can have them come before us in the future and kind of share more of that, because there's so much goodness there to share with our community. And like I said earlier, tonight I'm going to bring a resolution forward in the coming weeks. I look forward to doing that and potentially having the support of, one of our council members to maybe approve bringing that forward. So I'm going to make that ask. I'm going to be bringing forward a resolution on, anti-harassment, intimidation, bullying, stalking of elected officials, city staff, and commissioners. So I would need a second to at least approve adding it to a future agenda for discussion.
Yeah, I was just gonna second it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have consensus to bring it back? Because a second is not enough to bring something back. I just want to make sure that we're clear on how that works. Okay, great.
Thank you. But other than that, I just want to thank you all for a great evening. It's beautiful seeing the work we have come to over the years that we've been serving together and come to this point and seeing the success of that work. And it's been a good process. I know that we all care deeply about our community that we serve. And it's beautiful seeing the programs that are coming into fruition and seeing the fruits and evidence of that work. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Big thank you to Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lucash for putting together the presentation today. Really great piece of work. I want to second what Councilmember File said about the work that we've done with public safety over the past 3.5 years since we've been on council. It's really amazing to see what's happened with our emergency response and RACER, where it's gone. And it was great to see the judges today and moving forward with the community court. I mean, I'm not going to go on a big speech, but it's pretty cool. I mean, when we see restorative justice, the stuff that actually is healing to our community rather than punishment based for the types of work that we're doing in that area, it's amazing. So anyway, I wasn't planning on saying much, but it's getting late, so I'm starting to ramble. Thank you everyone for the big night. And thank you to City Manager Carl Lindsay for bringing back the land acknowledgement. It was really nice tonight to have such a quick turnaround on the ask last week. So thank you.
Yeah, I went to the Earth Day event that we had on Saturday at the very beginning, and it was great to see everybody there and to see the different booths and see people getting involved with things. It's always great. Nothing more to come before us. Kenmore City Council is adjourned.